His Christmas Package by Tyla Walker.
There's only one thing Harper wants for Christmas.
And what Lucas Montgomery is packing, isn't it?
Lucas has been Harper's rival from the start, reigning from the Montgomery real estate empire.
He enjoys stalling every project he can, especially the multi-million-dollar project sitting at her fingertips.
But when rivalry turns to romance, can Harper keep her priorities straight?
Subscribe to the channel for more free full audiobooks like this one.
Show your support by liking this video and leave a comment to share your thoughts with Miss Tyla.
Don't forget that you can find the naughty bits that YouTube won't allow when you get the unabridged version of this audiobook from TylaWalker.com.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's His Christmas Package.
Chapter 1. Harper. New York looks festive through the floor-to-ceiling windows as city workers put up decorations for the holidays throughout the concrete jungle I've dreamed of conquering since I was a kid, when I used to watch my dad work construction in Boston. My heels click against the polished marble as I enter the conference room. Portfolio tucked under my arm, Lucas Montgomery sits at the head of the table, his presence commanding the room without effort. His stormy gray eyes lock onto mine, and a slight smirk plays at the corner of his mouth. The 5 o'clock shadow dusting his jaw tightens as he clenches it. Power move, classic. The leather chair squeaks as I settle in, keeping my spine straight, chin tilted just so. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me fidget. "Ah, Miss Donovan." His voice rumbles through the room like distant thunder. "I was wondering when you'd show up to defend your ambitious proposal." My pen taps against the glass table once before I catch myself. Ambitious? That's one word for it. I'd say innovative, but I suppose ambitious works if you're not used to fresh ideas. The other executives shift in their seats. A paper rustles. Someone clears their throat. The tension in the room thickens like summer humidity before a storm. Lucas's fingers drum once on his own proposal. Fresh ideas are one thing. Pipe dreams are another. "Funny, they said the same thing about your grandfather when he built this building." The words slip out before I can stop them, sharp as broken glass. Lucas leans back slowly, the leather of his chair whispering against his expensive suit. His lips curl into a smirk that makes my fingers itch to throw something. Fresh ideas don't always mean feasible ideas. But I suppose you know that, considering how often your bids fall apart under scrutiny. The ventilation system hums overhead as the other executives shift in their seats again, growing more uncomfortable. Thomas from finance adjusts his tie. Sarah from legal suddenly finds her tablet fascinating. I lean forward, my pearl earrings catching the morning light. And yet, I've outbid Montgomery Enterprises 3 times this year alone. My fingers spread across my own copy of my proposal, my perfectly manicured nails tapping the cover. Imagine what I could do with more resources. The smirk falters just for a heartbeat. Victory sparks in my chest, but before I can savor it, his voice drops to a dangerous murmur. "Let's see if your ego can match your designs when they're actually put into action." This isn't a playground, Miss Donovan. It's business. And in this field, you play by my rules, or you don't play at all. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to break free, but I meet his gaze without flinching. "Then it's a good thing I don't need your permission to play." I notice Lucas suck in a sharp breath. I bet he wants to come undone at having a woman talk to him like this. But I don't care. Let him snap. That will guarantee my bid. I know my work, and I know how good I am at my job. That's why I'm here. He takes a moment before his composure is back. Everyone else in the room never even noticed. But maybe that's due to the fact that they are so uncomfortable that they are trying to pretend they are anywhere else but here. Lucas taps the folder in front of him. Innovative design, bold choices, the entitlement back in his voice. Perhaps too bold for this particular project. Too bold? I arch an eyebrow, setting my portfolio on the table. Or too threatening to Montgomery Enterprises' standard cookie-cutter approach? Your design exceeds the budget by $12 million. My design will generate triple that in the first year through innovative space utilization and energy efficiency. I tapped the sustainability report. But you knew that already, didn't you? He stands, rolling up his sleeves. The movement draws attention to his forearms, and I force my eyes back to the blueprints. What I know, Miss Donovan, is that this isn't MIT. Theory doesn't always translate to reality. Good thing I deal in both. I stand too, refusing to let him tower over me. Unlike some, I didn't inherit my position. I earned it. The silence stretches like a rubber band ready to snap. My words hang in the air between us, sharp and precise as an architect's ruler. The client, Mr. Chen, clears his throat. Shall we begin the bidding process? Lucas's jaw works, but he slowly lowers himself back into his chair. I follow suit, smoothing my navy skirt as I sit. Numbers fly across the table like arrows. Lucas's voice drops an octave with each counteroffer, but I match him dollar for dollar, specification for specification. The leather of my chair creaks as I lean forward, laying out projected revenue streams. We'll need time to consider both proposals, Mr. Chen says, gathering his papers. You'll hear from us within the week. Lucas rises first, buttoning his jacket with practiced ease. Our eyes lock across the conference table as the others file out. The morning sun catches his profile, highlighting that infuriating jawline. He takes 3 steps toward the door, then pauses. Good luck, Miss Donovan. His smirk slides into place like the final piece of a puzzle I never wanted to solve. You'll need it. He strides out, leaving me alone with the scent of his cologne and the thundering of my pulse. Damn him. Damn that smirk that sends heat racing through my veins. Damn the way his rolled-up sleeves revealed forearms that belonged in a sculpture gallery. I jerk my blazer straight, my fingers catching on a button. Men like Lucas Montgomery aren't my type. Can't be my type. I've spent too long climbing this ladder to let some trust fund CEO with perfect hair and a voice like aged whiskey derail me. I quickly gather my materials and take a moment to look around at the picturesque windows of the skyscraper. This building, my building, will reshape Manhattan's skyline, and no amount of gray eyes or knowing smirks will stand in my way.
Chapter 2. Lucas. The barbell crashes against the rack, metal clanging through my private gym. Sweat drips down my face as I pace the mat, my breath coming in harsh pants. The memory of those defiant dark eyes won't leave my mind, taunting me even hours after that disastrous meeting. That's just perfect, I mutter, grabbing my water bottle and taking a long pull. Outbid me 3 times. She had to bring that up, like I don't already know about the Thompson contract. My trainer Jake approaches, towel in hand. Rough meeting? You've been hitting harder than usual today. Harper Donovan. Her name tastes bitter on my tongue, and I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. That woman's impossible. Can't take a hint. Can't play nice. Thinks she owns every goddamn room she walks into. The architect? Jake tosses me the towel. The one who thinks she can swoop in and steal my clients. I catch the towel with more force than necessary, acting like she's doing me a favor by even considering my projects. The way she tilted her chin up, those full lips curved in that knowing smirk, that confident strut in those sky-high heels. The memory makes my fists clench. I grab another weight, needing to work this tension out of my system before I do something stupid like track her down for another confrontation. You know what I don't get? I grunt between reps. Most women in this business, they're... I pause, searching for the right word. Agreeable, professional, but her... She's got an answer for everything. Always has to have the last word. Jake chuckles as he leans against the rack. Sounds like she gets under your skin. No. The denial comes too quick. I set the weight down with more force than necessary. She's just... different. Different. Yeah, that's one way to put it. The way she commands attention without trying. How her voice carries that hint of challenge. Not like the usual simpering types who bat their eyes at my bank account. Not that I'm thinking about Harper Donovan that way at all. I need someone soft, uncomplicated. Someone who won't fight me at every turn. I just need someone to smile and listen. Sweet and simple. How I like my women. My phone buzzes against the metal bench. Mother's name flashes across the screen, and my jaw tightens. She never calls unless something's wrong. What is it? Lucas, it's your grandfather. Her voice wavers, unusual for someone who prides herself on composure. He's had a heart attack. We're at the hospital. The gym's air conditioning hits my sweat-soaked skin, but I barely notice. The prickling of my skin. My grip tightens on the phone. How bad? You need to come. A pause. The doctors aren't sure if he'll make it through the night. Her voice drops lower. Everyone's here. Ice spreads through my veins. Everyone. My father, who hasn't spoken to grandfather in years. My Uncle Richard, always circling like there's blood in the water. My cousins probably already calculating their share of the inheritance. Everyone, I mutter, the word bitter on my tongue. The same vultures who showed up at every family crisis, hands outstretched. Of course they are. Jake steps forward, concern etched on his face. I wave him off, already moving toward my gym bag. The leather strap feels foreign in my grip. My movements mechanical as I gather my things as I end the call with my mother and head out. My mind races through the implications. The company, the succession plans, the projects hanging in balance, including the one that's been giving me migraines for weeks. The damned bit Harper Donovan's competing for. Everything could change tonight, and the vultures are already circling. The leather steering wheel of my Aston Martin warms under my grip as I weave through Manhattan traffic, cutting off a yellow cab that blares its horn in protest. My mother's words echo in my head, mixing with memories of grandfather as I try to remember the last thing he said to me. Something about legacy and responsibility. Always about the responsibility. The traffic light turns red, and I drum my fingers against the wheel, jaw clenching with each passing second. A text from my cousin James lights up my phone. On my way. Hope the old man pulls through. Sure you do, I mutter, deleting the message with more force than necessary. James has been sniffing around the board meetings for months, probably rehearsing his grieving air act in the mirror. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Richard. My uncle. Your father's here, thought you should know. Perfect. Just perfect. Dad hasn't spoken to grandfather since that fight 5 years ago, when him and the old man had it out about God knows what. I do my best to stay out of my family's drama. It's a daily challenge, and now, with my grandfather down, they're all going to be pulling out their best moves. The light changes, and I press down on the accelerator. The engine purrs, a familiar comfort. At least my car doesn't play games or have hidden agendas. Damn! A memory surfaces, grandfather's expression when I presented my first solo acquisition deal. Pride mixed with that ever-present criticism. You could have squeezed another $1 million out of them, boy. Never settle. Never settle. That's been his motto since I was old enough to understand what Montgomery Enterprises meant. I've spent my entire life trying to prove I'm worthy of his legacy, and now... My phone rings again. The hospital's getting closer, and with it, all the sharks circling in the water. I know exactly what I'll find when I walk in. Cousins with dollar signs in their eyes. Uncles plotting their next move, my father probably practicing his deathbed reconciliation speech. But they can all go to hell. I've earned this. Every late night, every brutal negotiation, every sacrifice, it's all been for this company. My company. The hospital looms ahead, its windows reflecting the setting sun. Time to face the vultures.
Chapter 3. Harper. My vision blurs as I stare at the CAD rendering on my screen. The lines of the building's facade swim together, and I blink hard, trying to focus. The office is dead silent, except for the persistent hum of the AC and the tap, tap, tap of my keyboard. Coffee. Need more coffee. My voice sounds raspy even to my own ears as I push away from my desk. The break room's fluorescent lights make my eyes ache even more. The coffee maker gurgles to life. Come on. You're the only friend I've got right now? My phone buzzes. A text from my assistant. You better not still be at the office. Someone's got to make sure this presentation is perfect. I type back, then add, don't worry, I've got this. Back at my desk, fresh coffee in hand, I pull up the 3D renderings one more time. Everything needs to be flawless. One wrong detail and the sun peeks through the windows before I know it. I stretch, my joints popping in protest. Showtime, I mutter, pulling out my emergency makeup kit. Thank God for waterproof mascara and my signature red lipstick. Nobody needs to know I've been here all night. In the conference room, Mr. Richardson leans forward in his chair as I click through the presentation. His eyes light up at each detailed rendering, each innovative solution. The cantilever design allows for maximum natural light while maintaining structural integrity, I explain, pointing to the holographic display. And here, I zoom in on the rooftop garden. We've incorporated sustainable features that'll reduce energy costs by 30%. Richardson's booming laugh fills the room. This is exactly what we've been looking for. I want this implemented immediately. My heart leaps, but I keep my voice steady. Excellent choice, Mr. Richardson. I'll have the contracts drawn up this afternoon. The victory tastes sweeter than any amount of coffee could. I stride back to my desk, my heels clicking against the marble floor, in perfect rhythm with my racing heart. The Richardson contract, my design, my victory. Finally, a chance to... Harper, my office, now. Killian's voice cuts through my triumph like a knife. I follow him into his corner office, the Manhattan skyline stretching behind his desk, like a reminder of everything I'm fighting for. Take a seat. He settles into his leather chair, fingers forming a steeple under his chin. The gesture screams condescension. Brad will be leading the Richardson project team. The words hit me like a physical blow. Excuse me? I better have misheard him. You heard me. Brad's taking point on this one. My nails dig into my palms. I try to remain calm, but I can't let this stand. That was my design, my presentation. The agreement was whoever's design got approved would lead the project. Brad has more leadership experience. Killian leans back, his chair creaking. You'll still be on the team, of course. Her says it as if he is doing me a favor. What a jerk. This is the 4th time this year. The words taste like battery acid as I remind myself of this crap. My designs get approved, and someone else gets the credit. I've proven I can lead. And this? Killian cuts me off with a wave of his hand. This emotional outburst right here, this is exactly why you're not ready for leadership. My jaw clenches so tight it hurts. You need thicker skin, Harper. This is a tough environment. I can't afford having you get all wound up on a client and losing a deal. The subtext hangs in the air between us, clear as day. What he really means is, I need to be less female, less black, less me. My blood boils as I recognize the familiar dance. Be strong enough to succeed, but not so strong that you threaten the status quo. I know I shouldn't say anything, but I can't stand it any longer. You mean I need to be a man? My voice comes out low, dangerous. The kind of tone my mother would have called asking for trouble. I'd say I regret it, but I'm so pissed I find it hard to care at the moment. Killian leans forward, his expensive chair squeaking. His cologne, probably worth more than my first car, fills the space between us, gagging me with misogynist undertones. Control yourself, Harper. You're good at what you do, but if you want to survive in this field, you need to learn your place. My place. The words echo in my head like a bad joke. I stand up so fast my thighs bump his mahogany desk, rattling his pretentious crystal paperweight. Thank you for the feedback. The words taste like poison. I'll take it under advisement. I stride out, my heels striking the floor with military precision. Past Brad's empty desk. Of course he's not here. He's probably held up at a 3-martini lunch. Past the intern who shrinks away from my expression. Past the potted plants that probably cost more than most people's rent. The elevator takes forever. My reflection in the polished doors shows a woman holding it together by a thread. I tap my foot, counting breaths until the doors finally open. Outside, the cold evening air hits my face like a slap. My eyes burn from exhaustion, from rage, from staring at screens all night. A cab splashes through a puddle near the curb, and I step back just in time to save my shoes. I close my eyes, letting the city noise wash over me. Horns honking, people shouting, life moving forward despite everything. They want me to learn my place? I mutter to myself. Fine, my place is going to be so far above them they'll need binoculars to see it. The city stretches above me, a forest of glass and steel reaching for the clouds. Somewhere up there, my legacy is waiting. And no one, not Killian, not Brad, not even Montgomery Enterprise, or anyone, is going to stop me from claiming it.
Chapter 4. Lucas. All of my family are here, crowding the halls, waiting to strike. Some are here acting like it's the end of the world, but I know that's all it is. They're just waiting to see what scraps they can get from his fortune. Not that they deserve a damn penny of it. The antiseptic smell burns my nostrils as I lean against the stark hospital wall, watching my relatives circle the nurse's station and the old man's bed, as if something might change the moment they look away. He did wake up from the coma, but only for a short while. 3 days of this circus, and grandfather's condition hasn't improved. The constant beeping of machines and hushed whispers are driving me insane. Any updates? My Aunt Margaret's shrill voice cuts through the quiet hallway. She's clutching her designer handbag like it's a life preserver, perfectly manicured nails tapping against the leather. I roll my eyes. The whole lot of them make me sick, pretending they care when all they care about is their inheritance. Mr. Montgomery is still in critical condition. The nurse responds for what feels like the 100th time today. She's probably as tired of this charade as I am, forced to deal with my family's constant hovering and fake concern. The tap of expensive shoes against linoleum draws closer. I don't need to look up to know it's Arnold. His misplaced arrogance always arrives before he does. Lucas. He stops in front of me, manila folder in hand. I've been meaning to catch you alone. Have you now? My tone drips with sarcasm. Arnold's perfectly pressed suit and slicked back hair scream, trying too hard. He extends the folder with what he probably thinks is a winning smile. I've been working on this proposal for sustainable redevelopment of our properties. Grandfather would have loved it. A harsh laugh escapes me before he can finish. I flip through the pages, each number more ridiculous than the last. This is nonsense. The profit margins are laughable. I snap the folder shut, shoving it back into his chest. Did you even run the numbers? Well, the environmental impact. Save it for someone who... I straighten up from the wall, towering over him. Next time you want to play businessman, at least pretend to understand basic math. Arnold's face turns an interesting shade of purple as he clutches his rejected proposal. He opens his mouth, likely to sputter some defense, but I've already turned away. I've got actual work to do, unlike some people. Lucas! Arnold's voice echoes down the sterile hallway. When Grandfather dies, you won't be able to dismiss me so easily. I'll have my share of the company. I pause mid-stride, a cold smile playing at my lips. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across Arnold's face as I turn to face him. His expensive suit can't hide the desperation in his eyes. Share? My laugh cuts through the air. Grandfather barely tolerates you now. What makes you think you'll matter when he's gone? Arnold's jaw tightens. You think you're so much better than everyone else, don't you? Acting like you own the place already. I don't think I know. I step closer, dropping my voice. While you've been playing dress-up in your corner office, I've been running this company for the past 5 years. That's temporary. His voice rises, drawing curious glances from the nurses. You're just keeping the seat warm. Keep telling yourself that. I check my watch, already bored with this conversation. Maybe if you'd spent less time kissing butt and more time learning the business. You entitled piece of... Arnold's designer shoes squeak against the linoleum as he steps forward, his fist clenching at his side. The muscles in his arm tense, ready to swing. Before Arnold's fist can connect, the squeak of rubber-soled shoes against linoleum cuts through our tension. A nurse approaches, her face drawn. The hallway falls silent. I'm sorry. She pauses, her clipboard pressed against her chest. Mr. Montgomery has passed. The words take a moment to sink in for me. My chest slowly starts to tighten, but I force my expression to remain neutral. Around me, the hallway erupts into chaos. Oh, God! Aunt Margaret wails, collapsing into a nearby chair. Her mascara's already running. Impressive speed for crocodile tears. We need to call the lawyers, Uncle Robert mutters, already pulling out his phone. This is terrible. Just terrible, Arnold says, his earlier aggression forgotten as he straightens his tie. I should contact the board. You won't contact a damn thing. The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't care. The vultures are already circling and Grandfather's body isn't even cold. The memories surface unbidden. Grandfather teaching me chess in his study. His gravelly voice explaining market strategies. The pride in his eyes when I closed my first major deal. He was a hard man, impossible to please most days, but he was real. Unlike these parasites with their performative grief and barely concealed greed. I step back, taking in the scene with growing disgust. Arnold's already on his phone, no doubt plotting his next move while pretending to make condolence calls. And Margaret's sobs have mysteriously dried up as she whispers urgently to her husband, her manicured nails digging into his sleeve. Uncle Robert's speaking in hushed tones about emergency board meetings, as if my grandfather's company is more important than his memory. The air feels thick with anticipation, choking me with the stench of their greed. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. The hunger in their eyes, the calculated movements, the way they keep glancing at me when they think I'm not looking. Each one positioning themselves for what's coming next. I've always seen them for what they are. Vultures. And now it shows more than ever as they circle our freshly passed grandfather like a fresh kill. I straighten my shoulders, adjusting my cuffs with deliberate precision. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across their faces, revealing every trace of their desperation. Their true nature is on full display, and it's pathetic. Let them plot. Let them scheme. They have no idea what's coming. I'm my grandfather's grandson, after all, and he taught me everything I know about winning a war before it even begins.
Chapter 5. Harper. I dig my nails into the leather armrests and arthurs, fighting the urge to tap my foot against the polished hardwood floor. The mingled scent of cigars and coffee makes my nose twitch. Across the mahogany desk, Killian takes his sweet time flipping through my portfolio. and each passing second ratchets up the tension in my shoulders. You've been doing good work, Harper. He closes the folder with a snap that makes me jump. The corners of his mouth twitch as he leans forward, elbows on his desk. That's why I'm assigning you to the Montgomery skyscraper project. My breath catches in my throat. The Montgomery project, the one that's been plastered across every architectural magazine and blog for the past month. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I straighten my spine, trying to maintain composure. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't get too excited just yet. Killian holds up his hand, and I brace myself for another lecture about controlling my emotions. Instead, his next words hit like a bucket of ice water. You'll be working closely with Lucas Montgomery. The excitement drains from my body faster than air from a punctured balloon. Lucas Montgomery, the same man who dismissed my ideas with that infuriating smirk just days ago. The same man who'd basically told me to stay in my lane. I press my lips together, tasting the bitter remnants of my morning coffee. Of course, there had to be a catch. Lucas Montgomery? I can't help but feel the need to spit just when I say his name. My fingernails dig deeper into the armrest. Killian's lips curl into that knowing smirk I've grown to hate. It always seems to appear before I'm about to get a lecture about being a woman. Problem? No problem. I uncurl my fingers from the leather, smoothing my blazer. Just surprised you'd put two people who clearly don't mesh well together on your flagship project. Don't mesh well? He barks out a laugh. The tension between you two could power half of Manhattan. Use it. Channel it into something productive. The tension he's talking about isn't what he thinks. Every time I'm in a room with Lucas Montgomery, I want to either strangle him or, no, not going there. I can handle Lucas Montgomery. I lift my chin, meeting Killian's gaze. This project will speak for itself. That's what I like to hear. He waves his hand in dismissal. Meeting's at 3. Don't be late. I stride back to my desk feeling torn. The Montgomery skyscraper could be my legacy, my chance to prove every doubter wrong, even if it means dealing with the most infuriating man in Manhattan. I sit down and quickly darken my screen as to not be distracted by emails and whatnot. I grab my tablet, pulling up the preliminary designs. If I'm going into battle with Lucas Montgomery, I'm going in armed to the teeth. I step into the conference room that afternoon, feeling more jittery than I have in a long time. 8 men turn to stare. All older, all wearing variations of the same skeptical expression I've seen 1,000 times before. The conversation dies fast upon my entrance, not helping with my inner anxiety, though looking at me, one would never guess. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, highlighting every speck of dust in the air. My portfolio feels heavy in my hands as I scan the room, counting the faces. 9 seats, 8 men. The math isn't lost on me. Harper Donovan, I presume. A tall man with salt and pepper hair and sharp features steps forward, extending his hand. His grip is firm, professional. Walter Green. I'll be leading the team. I meet his gaze, steady and unwavering. Pleasure to meet you. Just so we're clear, Walter says, his voice carrying across the quiet room. We don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you're here, you belong here. Bring your A game and we'll have no problems. The knot in my chest loosens slightly. Understood. My voice comes out stronger than I expect. The simple welcome from this group of men has already made me feel more welcome than my own company. Finally, someone who respects the work, not worried about who's doing it. The door swings open behind me, and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. I don't need to turn around to know who it is. The shift in energy is enough. Lucas Montgomery's presence fills the space like a thundercloud rolling in before a storm. Sorry I'm late, his deep voice rumbles, and I grip my portfolio tighter, hoping suddenly that maybe he won't notice me on his team. It's not like I'm the only woman on a team full of men or the person who he hates the most. Oh, wait. I keep my eyes fixed on my portfolio, but my peripheral vision betrays me. Lucas Montgomery is wearing a black suit that probably costs more than my monthly rent, paired with a long dark coat that makes him look like he owns not just the building, but the whole damn city. My throat constricts when our eyes meet. Those storm gray eyes pin me in place, and for a split second, I forget how to breathe. I break first, looking down at my documents, and silently curse myself. His chair creaks as he settles at the head of the table. My skin prickles with awareness of his presence, like static electricity before a storm. His fingers drum against the polished wood, a steady, commanding rhythm that somehow manages to be both irritating and distracting. "Let's begin," Walter says, and I force myself to focus on the blueprints in front of me. The foundation needs to account for the bedrock variations, I point out when it's my turn to speak. My voice comes out steady, professional. Thank God for small mercies. But each time I open my mouth, I sense his stare drifting in my direction, evaluating, watching for any misstep. As the meeting wraps up, I hastily collect my materials, desperate to get away. Though Lucas stays silent, I catch the hint of a mocking smile playing across his face when I walk by, making my temper flare. I force myself to remember that I'm here for a reason. I came to kick ass and leave my name forever on this city, and there's no way I'm going to let some hot entitled jerk like Lucas Montgomery stand in my way.
Chapter 6. Lucas. The stench of greed permeates the air, mixing with expensive perfumes and aftershaves. I watch my relatives pace around the room, their fake concern replaced by barely concealed avarice. I lean against the wall, keeping my distance as I watch their pathetic display of kinship. Brian's shoes squeak against the hardwood floor as he approaches. The bourbon in his glass sloshes, already half empty at 10 in the morning. Too bad I can't even say it's in celebration. Just a typical morning for Brian. "What's the matter, Lucas? Nervous about the will?" I don't give him the satisfaction of eye contact. I just remain watching the argument of hysterical women trying to decide who loved grandfather more. Not particularly. "You think you've got it all wrapped up, don't you?" Brian's breath reeks of alcohol. "Newsflash, cousin. I'm getting in on this too. You won't be the only Montgomery left standing. You haven't earned the right to that legacy any more than the rest of us." Finally, I turn to face him. His thinning hair fails to hide the sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Is that what you tell yourself?" The ice in his glass clinks as he shifts uncomfortably under my stare. "The company's been mine since before the old man got sick. The will reading is just a formality." "You arrogant piece of—" "Save it!" I straighten up, adjusting my cuffs. Unlike you, I actually earned my place. I didn't spend the last decade drunk at charity galas pretending to be relevant. Brian's face turns an interesting shade of purple. Before he can respond, the family lawyer enters with grandfather's will, and the vultures scramble for their seats. The lawyer's monotonous voice drones on, each announcement setting off a new wave of whispers and protests. I tune most of it out, watching my relatives squabble over properties like children fighting for toys in a sandbox. The St. Petersburg estate causes Aunt Margaret to nearly have an aneurysm when it goes to her younger sister. The summer house in the Hamptons goes to Margaret Montgomery Wells. The summer house. Aunt Margaret's shrill voice cuts through the room. That decrepit thing hasn't been renovated since the 80s. I massage my temples, fighting back a headache. None of this matters. There's only one thing I care about, one thing I've worked my entire life for. And finally, the lawyer adjusts his glasses, his voice rising above the din. To Lucas Montgomery. The room falls silent. Every person in the room turns to stare at me. I straighten in my chair, keeping my expression neutral despite my racing pulse. Lucas Montgomery will inherit full control of Montgomery Enterprises. A smile threatens to break through my composure. Finally. The lawyer clears his throat. On the condition that he marries within 3 months. What? My voice cuts through the erupting chaos of gasps and shocked laughter. He can't be serious. Brian's drunken cackle rings out above the rest. Oh, this is rich! The mighty Lucas Montgomery, brought down by his own commitment issues. There must be some mistake, I say, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. The lawyer shakes his head. No mistake, Mr. Montgomery. The terms are quite clear. You must be legally married within 3 months of today's date to assume control of Montgomery Enterprises. The lawyer pushes his wire-rimmed glasses up his nose again. He looks around nervously as if he wasn't sure if he should continue. If Mr. Montgomery does not marry within 3 months, Montgomery Enterprises will be sold and the proceeds will be donated to charity. My vision tunnels. My company given away to a charity? Over my dead body. Brian's laughter cuts through my thoughts, grating on my last nerve. Poor Lucas. Guess you're not as untouchable as you thought. The room erupts into chaos. Aunt Margaret's shrill voice pierces through the cacophony. Oh, Lucas, darling! My friend Caroline has the most lovely daughter! My goddaughter just finished law school, Uncle Robert chimes in, practically salivating at the opportunity. She'd make a perfect... I know several eligible young ladies who... The voices blur together, a teeth-gritting blend of social climbers looking for their next fix up the ladder. My hands curl into fists, knuckles white with tension, nails digging crescents into my palms. The familiar pressure builds behind my eyes, the same splitting headache I got whenever Grandfather pulled one of his power plays. Like father, like son, both of them masters at making my life hell. Even in death, the old man's still trying to control me from beyond the grave. Enough! The word comes out as a growl, silencing the room instantly. I fix each of them with a cold stare, watching them squirm under the weight of my displeasure. This family would sell their own mothers for a chance at the Montgomery fortune. Stay out of my business, all of you. I stride out of the room, my footsteps echoing through the suddenly silent space. The heavy oak door slams behind me with a satisfying bang, cutting off their renewed chatter. Let them gossip. Let them scheme. They're all the same. But as I leave, I still have no idea what the hell I'm going to do. Marriage, 3 months, or the family business gets sold off to charity. My business. The empire I've spent the last decade building into something even bigger than what Grandfather left behind. What the hell was the manipulative old bastard thinking? You just had to have the final say one last time, didn't you? I grumble as I slide into my Aston Martin, the seat cool against my back. Well, good one, but I'll figure it out. I always do. The car purrs to life as I rip out of the car park, tires squealing, ignoring the horns of the law-abiding traffic. I resist the urge to flip them all off as I try to focus on what the hell I'm going to do about this marriage clause. This can't be the reason I lose everything I've worked for. Could it?
Chapter 7. Harper. The bass thrums through my chest as I lean against the polished mahogany bar, watching my coworkers let loose. My sparkling water fizzes in its crystal glass, a poor substitute for the champagne everyone else is drinking. The scent of aged wood and expensive liquor fills my nostrils as I breathe deeply, trying to center myself. The project for the mall is done and was successful. I should be enjoying this party for us, but my thoughts are already on to the next one. Harper, Jessica from accounting waves from across the room. Come join us. I lift my glass in acknowledgement but stay put. My mind keeps drifting to the Montgomery skyscraper blueprints, waiting on my desk. There's this tricky corner section that needs... Donovan. CEO Lander's booming voice breaks through my thoughts. He materializes beside me, swaying slightly, his breath heavy with whiskey. His hand lands on my hip, and my muscles instantly lock up. "Sir," I say, keeping my voice steady despite the crawling sensation under my skin. "You've really outdone yourself with this mall project." His hand slides to my lower back, lingering there. The touch feels possessive, invasive, wrong. Not to mention he's older than my father. The board is very impressed. I shift away, disgust growing within me as politeness is slowly leaving, but he follows, closing the distance. The sour notes of alcohol grow stronger as he leans in. His eyes, bloodshot and glassy, drift down to my neckline before crawling back up to my face. "Thank you, sir," I say. Stepping out of his grasp, my gut churns as his gaze follows me, hungry and unashamed. The pride I should feel about the project's success curdles in my stomach. I try to enjoy the rest of the night in good spirits, but with people getting drunker and my earlier interaction, I'm ready to call it a night. I slip away from the party. The bass fades behind me, replaced by blessed silence. My shoulders relax as I head for the exit, already thinking about the hot bath waiting at home. "Harper!" The voice is shrill among the quiet hallway like nails on a chalkboard. I turn, keeping my expression neutral as Landers stumbles toward me. His expensive suit is rumpled, tie askew, and the top buttons of his shirt are undone. The smell of whiskey reaches me before he does. "Yes, Mr. Landers?" He braces himself against the wall, trying to appear casual, but failing miserably. "Leaving so soon? The night's young. Have a drink with me." I appreciate the invitation, but I'm heading home. My tone is firm, brooking no argument. His grin widens, almost as if he thinks what I said was a game. "What's the rush? You've earned some fun. Let me take you to dinner. We can discuss your future at the company." Ice forms in my veins. "No, thank you." I step back, but he moves faster than I expect, blocking my path. His smile twists into something ugly. "Don't be like that, Donovan. You know how things work here. A little gratitude goes a long way." "Excuse me?" My voice could freeze hell over. He leans closer, breath hot against my face. "Come on. You're ambitious. I respect that. But you've got to play the game if you want to get ahead." "I don't need to play the game, Mr. Landers. Now get out of my way." His hand shoots out, fingers wrapping around my wrist like a vice. "Don't be stupid, Harper. You know how this ends if you don't cooperate. Let me go." I speak each word as if it were the knife I wish I currently had. When he doesn't release me, instinct takes over. My knee connects with his groin, and he crumples with a strangled groan. "You're a perverted bastard," I spit, trembling with rage. "Touch me again and I'll ruin you." It's hard to keep my voice steady with the onset of adrenaline. He struggles to straighten, face contorted with fury. "You'll regret this. I'll make sure you don't have a career left. No one crosses me and walks away unscathed. You can't ruin me. You're nobody." "Try me." I step toward him, and his flinch leaves me satisfied enough. As I turn to leave, I find it hard to not just run out and into the safety of my car, but I force myself to walk. Fast. The drive home is a blur. My hands shake as I grip the steering wheel, Landers' threats replaying over and over in my head. I barely remember getting ready for bed, collapsing onto my silk sheets with rage still burning in my chest. Morning light streams brightly through my oversized windows, causing me to slowly stir. I stretch with a satisfied moan at the release of my muscles, surprisingly well rested despite everything. I tap my phone for the time. 7:15 a.m., right on schedule. The hot shower starts to ease the tension in my shoulders that's left over from last night when my phone erupts in a chorus of notifications. The peaceful morning shatters as I wrap myself in a towel and grab it. The links to headlines that I've been blasted with by my boss leaves my guts in twisted knots as I begin to sweat. Ice Queen Donovan uses CEO for career climb. Man-hater harasses boss at company party. I can feel the blood drain from my face the more I scroll through comments. Barren jerk, gold digger, hard-headed. Another woman crying harassment when she didn't get her way. The phone slips from my trembling fingers onto the plush carpet. My legs give out and I sink onto my couch, the material cool against my damp skin. The tears I've been holding back since last night finally break free. That bastard, I whisper to my empty apartment. That bastard actually did it. My mother's voice echoes in my head. They'll try to break you because they can't control you. I press my palms against my eyes, letting myself cry. Just for a moment. Just this once. Everything I have built, every late night, every sacrifice is gone because I wouldn't let some drunk jerk put his hands on me. The tears slow, and something harder, colder settles in my chest. 5 minutes. I'll give myself 5 minutes to mourn. Then it's time to get it together and figure out how to fight back.
Chapter 8. Lucas. I stride through the glass doors of Montgomery Enterprises just as I have every day before. The familiar scent of leather and coffee fills my nostrils, but today it does nothing to ease the pounding in my temples. "Sir, your cousin Arnold called again about introducing you to his wife's sister," my assistant Sarah says, falling into step beside me. "Delete the message." My jaw clenches. "And block his number." "That's the third relative you've blocked this week." Should have started sooner. The throbbing in my head intensifies. 3 months. The old man's final power play, forcing me to find a wife or lose everything I've worked for. My phone buzzes. Another message from my mother about some socialite's daughter. I silence it without looking. Why don't they just send a goddamn resume at this point? The words slip out under my breath. Sarah shoots me a concerned glance but keeps typing on her tablet. Smart woman. "The team's assembled in conference room A," she says. "Walter's presenting the initial designs for the skyscraper project." I pause outside the conference room, adjusting my tie. The skyscraper. My chance to prove Montgomery Enterprises can dominate the skyline, without my grandfather's shadow looming over me. This project matters more than any marriage ultimatum. "Push all personal calls to voicemail," I tell Sarah, "and get me the latest projection reports after the meeting." She nods and I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. Time to focus on what really matters. I reach for the door handle, leaving thoughts of marriage and meddling relatives outside where they belong. I push open the conference room door ready to get started, but my eyes immediately lock onto Harper. Something's off. The usual fire in her eyes is gone, replaced by shadows that speak of sleepless nights. Her tailored suit hangs perfectly as always, but her shoulders are tight, defensive, almost as if she is bracing for an argument. I look around the room and notice that no one else seems to be mimicking her, so the issue can't be here. I glance back at her again as I settle in. I've never seen her look so worn. What the hell happened to her? "Let's begin," Walter says, spreading blueprints across the table. I lean in and look over the plans as Walter explains the details, but my attention keeps drifting to Harper. She's clicking her pen, not her usual confident tapping, but an anxious rhythm that sets my teeth on edge. The sharp lines of her jawline seem more pronounced, like she's grinding her teeth. "Miss Donovan, your thoughts on the foundation specs?" Walter asks. The calculations are sound. Her voice lacks its usual bite. No clever comebacks, no challenging my decisions. Just flat, professional responses that could have come from any architect in the room. "That's it?" I can't help asking. "No suggestions for improvements? No telling me how I'm doing it all wrong?" She doesn't rise to the bait, just shakes her head and returns to her notes. The movement catches the light, highlighting dark circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide. Again, very out of character. Is she ill? When Walter wraps up the meeting, Harper's the first to move. She gathers her papers with quick, efficient movements, avoiding eye contact with everyone, especially me. I watch her go, my stomach not letting me brush it off. Something's definitely wrong, and for some reason, that bothers me more than it should. I step out of the conference room, my mind still stuck on Harper's unusual behavior. The sound of snickering draws my attention to the water cooler, where two junior architects huddle like teenagers sharing gossip. Did you see the news about that chick that's on the new team? The taller one's voice carries down the hallway. Miss Donovan. Apparently, she came on to Landers to get that shopping mall project. The shorter one lets out a laugh that sets my teeth on edge. Cold-hearted woman. Yeah, right. She's just as dirty as the rest of them. I wonder what she did to get this job. My hands curl into fists. An unfurling urge to protect Harper flares to the front. The fluorescent lights suddenly feel too bright, too harsh. That's enough. They spin around, faces draining of color as they realize who's standing behind them. The taller one opens his mouth, but I cut him off. You don't know a damn thing about Harper Donovan. The words come out as a growl, surprising even me with their intensity. I feel rage coursing through my veins, but I can't stand to have this kind of behavior tolerated. Keep your mouth shut, and stop spreading rumors, or you'll find yourselves out of a job. And trust me, in this industry, word travels fast about why you were terminated. Mr. Montgomery, we didn't mean... The taller one's voice quivers, his earlier bravado completely vanished. Get out of my sight, now! The command leaves no room for argument. They scatter like roaches under a spotlight, their expensive entitled shoes squeaking against the polished floor. I run a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly to regain my composure. Landers, that bastard's reputation precedes him, and Harper. She's too damn good at what she does to need favors from anyone. I've seen her work firsthand. Her designs are brilliant. Quiet voice behind me freezes me in place, sending an unexpected jolt down my spine. I turn to find Harper emerging from the shadows near the conference room door, her expression unreadable. Why did you help me? I meet her gaze, caught off guard by her presence. The rage I felt just moments ago boil back up as I look at this timid version of the confident, ball-busting woman I've apparently grown to admire. I finally find the best answer I can give her, especially knowing what I know now based on the idiot's gossiping. Because I know you, I say simply, and I don't tolerate nonsense.
Chapter 9. Harper. I stand in the hallway, arms crossed tightly over my chest as Lucas's words replay in my mind. I know you. The certainty in his voice leaves me rattled. I hadn't expected anyone to defend me, especially not him. Then Killian's words from this morning resurface, still stinging. He'd summoned me to his office, his tone sharp and disapproving, as he barely glanced up from his laptop. You've brought negative attention to the company. Fix it, or you won't have much left to fix. Why is it always the woman who has to fix things? I've worked too damn hard to be dragged through the mud over Landers' vile accusations. The last thing I expected after the start of this rough day was Lucas Montgomery himself standing up for me. Thank you, I finally say, the words sounding as foreign as they feel. I didn't expect anyone to. You work hard, Lucas cuts in, and you've never backed down from me, not once. His eyes lock onto mine, bringing a surge of heat through me. Damn his intense eyes. Right. Well, I should go. I turn to head out. Wait. His voice stops me mid-turn. We need to talk. Can you come to my office? I hesitate at his door as he walks in, my body not sure if it should move, or can. Through the glass, I can see him walking over to a giant window, his expression unreadable as he waits for a moment. Come in, please, he says, his voice carrying through the door. His politeness throws me off. I don't know if I have ever heard him say that word. I step into Lucas's office, the click of my heels muffled by the plush carpet. The setting sun streams through the wall-sized windows, casting long shadows across the modern space. My eyes drift to the breathtaking city view below, a maze of glass and steel stretching to the horizon. You wanted to talk? I keep my voice neutral, professional, despite the curiosity gnawing at me. Lucas moves to the bar cart, tucked in the corner, his movements precise as he pours 2 glasses of what appears to be an expensive red wine. The rich burgundy liquid catches the dying sunlight. Here. He extends 1 glass toward me. I raise an eyebrow, but accept it, the cool stem steady between my fingers. Wine at 4 p.m? This must be serious. I try and use my usual snarkiness to hide my nervousness, but it falls flat. I settle into one of the leather chairs facing his desk, crossing my legs and watching as he leans against the edge, arms folded casually across his chest. The silence stretches between us. I sip my wine slowly, trying to understand why I'm here. If it were any other man, I may feel as if something was expected of me, but there's something about Lucas that reassures me he would never stoop to that level. He likes challenges, not abusing power. Finally, he speaks, breaking my paranoid train of thought. My grandfather passed away recently, he says. We kept it private. No media coverage, no statements. The sudden vulnerability in his voice catches me off guard. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you. His tone shifts back to businesslike. But that's not why I called you here. He takes a slow sip of his wine. We had the will reading last week. I tilt my head, studying him. I assume Montgomery Enterprises is yours? Despite our differences, I've seen his dedication firsthand. The company belongs to him. No one deserves it more. His jaw tightens as he takes another slow sip of wine. Yes and no. There's a catch. What kind of catch? I have to get married. He swirls the wine in his glass. Within 3 months. If I don't, everything gets sold off. All proceeds go to charity. I stare at him, processing his words. Wait, you're serious? Dead serious, he replies grimly. I set my wine glass down with a gentle clink, my mind reeling. Marriage? That's not exactly a small catch. Sounds like a serious hang-up. Lucas's lips twitch, but there's no real humor in his expression. His fingers tap against his own glass, a rhythmic pattern that matches my racing pulse. Trust me, I know. But my relatives are already trying to push me into marrying someone they choose. I won't let them control me. I lean back, studying him. There's something in his tone, a calculated edge that makes my instincts spark. Why are you telling me this? He sets his glass down with deliberate care, those stormy gray eyes meeting mine directly. Because I have a proposal for you. My throat tightens. A proposal? The words come out barely above a whisper. I hope I am wrongly assuming where this is going. Marry me, he says bluntly. No preamble, pure business, as if he's discussing a merger instead of marriage. I freeze, my mouth falling open. The city lights blur behind him as I struggle to process his words. What? You heard me. His tone remains calm, matter of fact. At least with you, I know where I stand. You're not after my inheritance or my name. I blink rapidly, my thoughts scattered like papers in a windstorm. Why me? There's no way that's your only reason. We barely know each other that well. We know each other enough. We've been competitors for as long as we've been in the game. He may have a point, but that doesn't mean I'm choice for this. He smirks faintly, leaning closer across the desk as if enjoying my inner turmoil. The scent of his cologne mingles with the wine's bouquet. I can give you what you want, and I know you won't betray me for it. My eyes narrow, my game face back on. And what exactly is it that I want? His smirk fades, replaced by an expression of absolute seriousness. Full creative control of the skyscraper project. It's yours if you agree. I'm pretty sure my jaw just became unhinged and fell to the floor. The skyscraper project, my chance to leave a permanent mark on the New York skyline, to prove everything I've fought for. No way. You're serious? Completely.
Chapter 10. Lucas. I watch Harper intently, tracking every minute shift in her expression as she processes my offer. The forgotten wine glass sits on my desk, condensation forming a ring on the polished wood. She's staring at me like I've suggested we colonize Mars together. The silence stretches. A smirk tugs at my lips from her sheer disbelief. You're really that shocked? Her sharp intake of breath breaks the spell. No, I'm just processing. The setting sun catches the angles of her face, painting shadows across her high cheekbones. The warm light makes her dark brown eyes glow like amber, highlighting the determination etched in every line of her features. Christ, she's attractive when she's thinking hard like this, even if I'd never admit it out loud. She shifts in her chair, her eyes narrowing as pieces click into place. Her fingers drum once against the armrest before a wry smile spreads across her face, transforming her expression from stunned to shrewd. You're the perfect solution to my problem. Problem? I raise an eyebrow, intrigued by this turn. I lean forward slightly, resting my elbows on my desk. She waves her hand dismissively, the gesture elegant yet sharp. The scandal. No one's going to think I'm interested in Landers if I'm married to you. Her smile turns razor sharp, and there's a dangerous glint in her eye that slightly turns me on. I mean, come on, you're a lot of things. But a balding CEO who could be my father isn't one of them. More powerful, too. Hell, Landers would kick himself if he knew I was with you. The laugh bursts out of me before I can stop it, genuine and deep. I can't remember the last time someone surprised a real laugh out of me. The sound bounces off the glass walls, and for a moment, I catch a glimpse of answering amusement in her eyes. I lean forward, hope threading through my voice. Does that mean you're saying yes? Harper tilts her head, a gleam in her eyes that throws me for a minute. How have I never noticed how alluring she can be when she's plotting? Her fingers drum once against the arm of the chair, decisive. Why take time to think about it? It's a fake marriage. I have no boyfriend, no plans for a family anytime soon, and you're offering me full control of the project. Why would I refuse? I school my features to hide my surprise at her quick acceptance. This is Harper Donovan. She never makes rash decisions. Yet here she is, treating this like just another business transaction. You're sure? Absolutely. She stands in one fluid motion. The determination radiating from her small frame reminds me of why I chose her in the first place. Harper Donovan doesn't do anything halfway. It's all or nothing. Now it's time to lay all the cards on the table. All right. But there's one thing you should know. I can give you a chance on the lead, but you'll have to convince the board and the team that you deserve full control of the project. I lean back in my chair, watching her reaction carefully. This is the real test. The fire ignites in her eyes, that familiar spark of challenge that I've seen across countless boardroom tables. The defeated woman from earlier today vanishes, replaced by the Harper I know. The one who never backs down, who'd rather die than show weakness. Damn if it isn't impressive as hell. I can handle that. Her chin lifts slightly, a gesture I've come to recognize as her battle stance. Her fingers curl into loose fists at her sides, and I can practically see the wheels turning in that brilliant mind of hers, already planning her strategy. Then, I watch as Harper's expression shifts, her mind clearly working through all the angles. She drums her fingers once against the chair arm before speaking, each tap deliberate and measured. What exactly does this marriage entail? I reach for the wine bottle, taking my time to pour us both another glass. The liquid splashes dark and rich against the crystal, buying me a moment to choose my words carefully. It's fake, but we'll have to act like we're in love. Public appearances, family events, company parties. I hand her the refilled glass, our fingers brushing for a split second. Especially during the holidays. My family will try to sabotage this if they think it's fake, and with Christmas just around the corner, it's only fair to prep you. The Montgomerys can be ruthless when they want something, and right now they want me to fail if I'm not doing them any favors. Harper accepts the wine, her fingers brushing mine for a fraction of a second. She nods slowly, those sharp eyes never leaving my face. Anything you'd like to add? No screwing, she says firmly before I can respond, her tone inviting no argument. A laugh escapes me, genuine amusement mixing with something else I can't quite name. Maybe relief at finally being able to put this marriage stuff behind me. I extend my hand across the desk. If that's what you want, deal. Her small hand slides into mine, warm and surprisingly strong. The moment our skin connects, electricity jolts through my palm, shooting straight up my arm. What the hell? Harper doesn't pull away immediately either. Our hands remain linked, the contact sending sparks dancing across my skin. Her dark eyes widen slightly, telling me she feels it too. We break apart at the same moment, clearing our throats. The office suddenly feels too small, too warm. Harper begins to smooth her skirt with slightly unsteady hands, just as she does whenever she gets flustered. I'll see you tomorrow, she says, her voice carrying a hint of breathlessness as she heads for the door. I watch her leave, my pulse still racing like I've run a marathon. My eyes fix on my palm still tingling from her touch. And I have to ask myself one last time, what the hell was that?
Chapter 11. Harper. I drag my suitcases across the threshold of Lucas's penthouse, the wheels catching on the pristine floor. The sound echoes through the vast empty space like a gunshot. Everything screams money, from the sleek furniture to the minimalist art pieces adorning the walls. But it feels more like a museum than a home. The December sun shines through the triangular windows, highlighting the complete absence of holiday cheer. No Christmas decorations? I call out to announce my arrival. Not even a wreath? Lucas emerges from the hallway, wearing dark jeans and a gray Henley that probably costs more than most people's entire wardrobes. His usual commanding presence feels oddly out of place in this casual setting. He looks around at his home as if for the first time, to assess my accusation. I don't bother with all that, he says, gesturing vaguely. Well, I do, I snap, letting go of my luggage. We're sharing this place now, and it will feel like Christmas. My grandma's big on that. It was kind of her thing. So like it or not, it's my tradition. My own place flashes through my mind. The twinkling lights I'd strung up right after Thanksgiving, the collection of ornaments I'd gathered over the years, each one holding a memory. But those decorations are mine, personal. They belong in my space, not this sterile showcase of wealth. We'll need to get new decorations, I declare, already making a mental list. This place needs some life. Lucas crosses his arms, looking at me like I'm suggesting we paint the walls hot pink. It's fine the way it is. It's really not. I gesture at the stark white walls. This isn't a display home, Lucas. We have to make people believe a woman actually lives here now. Or anybody. Lucas gives me a look, raising his eyebrow in question. I hold my ground, though. Sensing I'm not backing down, Lucas leans lazily against the door. Women and their Christmas obsessions. I roll my eyes, causing him to flash his signature smirk. You serious about this? Dead serious. So if you don't mind telling me where I can put my stuff so I can get to work, that'd be great. His grin widens as he grabs both of my suitcases and heads down the hall. Fine. We'll go together. I try not to laugh at the thought of picturing Lucas doing anything that didn't involve work. Seriously? Hell yeah. Someone has to keep you from turning this place into Santa's workshop. A woman may live here now, but I still want to recognize the place. The mall stretches before us, a winter wonderland of tinsel and twinkling lights. I drag Lucas into the first holiday store I spot, breathing in the scent of cinnamon and pine. I grab a silver garland dripping with crystals, holding it up to catch the light. What about this? Too much sparkle for Mr. Grinch? Lucas shields his eyes dramatically. You're going to blind someone with that thing. Perfect. I toss it into the cart with a triumphant grin. We wind through the aisles until we reach the artificial trees. I stop in front of a towering 9-footer, its branches thick with realistic-looking needles. No, Lucas shakes his head. Something smaller. Smaller? I turn to face him, tilting my chin up. What are we, in a shoebox apartment? You've got ceilings high enough for a tree that touches the clouds. It's excessive. It's festive. Come on. Your place needs this. I run my hand along the branches. Besides, what's the point of all that space if you're not going to use it? Lucas groans, rubbing the back of his neck. You're not going to let this go, are you? Not a chance. Fine. He waves down a store employee. We'll take this one. You're lucky I'm letting you get away with this. I watch Lucas's face bunch up as he tells the attendee where to deliver the tree. I expected a lot more arguing, but I've only had to put my foot down to get my way on this. So far, I'm smart enough to not push it, but I also know how I want things. And I'm also very aware that Lucas does too, so I'm just thrilled he's not fighting me right away. I mean, I am marrying him after all, so I guess it's the least he could do. A cheerful jingle interrupts us, followed by an announcement. Attention, shoppers! Join our couple's Christmas Carol Challenge. Guess the song correctly and win our limited edition star ornament. Sign up at the front desk. This is exactly what we need to get Lucas into the holiday spirit. Plus, I know every Christmas song by heart, thanks to my grandmother's endless holiday playlist. Come on! I grab Lucas's arm, pulling him toward the sign-up table. His muscles tense under my touch. No, absolutely not. Don't be such a coward. I tug harder, grinning up at him. Think of it as practice for our happy couple act. We need to sell this, remember? The perky employee behind the table beams at us. Welcome. To participate, you both need to wear either a Santa hat, elf ears, or a reindeer nose. I snatch the Santa hat before Lucas can protest, settling it on my head. The employee holds up the remaining options, and Lucas's face darkens. He snatches the red foam nose, catching his reflection in a nearby mirror, and his scowl deepens. A laugh bubbles up in my chest. You look absolutely adorable. I look like an idiot, he mutters, but the corner of his mouth twitches. The music starts, and I jump right in, singing along to White Christmas. Lucas stands there until I elbow him. When we get to Jingle Bells, I double over laughing. He mixes up the verses so badly that, dashing through the snow, somehow ends up with laughing all the way to Grandma's house we know. When it's over, they hand us a tiny ceramic Santa as a consolation prize. Lucas holds it up, examining it with a mix of disdain and amusement. All that humiliation for this? I nudge him playfully. Hey, it's the experience that counts. Plus, it's our first decoration together. Remind me never to go shopping with you again. That's the point, I say through my laughter. Now we're a true couple. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Lucas, the scent of pancakes pulls me from sleep, a now familiar aroma that's invaded my mornings for the past week. My stomach growls, betraying how I've grown accustomed to actual breakfast instead of just coffee. I find Harper in the kitchen, wearing an oversized MIT sweatshirt that reaches mid-thigh. Her pixie cut is slightly mussed, and she's humming something Christmas songs under her breath while flipping pancakes with practiced ease. "You're making this a habit," I say, leaning against the marble counter decorated in garland and pine cones. The kitchen's warmer than usual, filled with the sweet smell of butter and maple. She turns, spatula raised like a weapon. "You're welcome." Her dark eyes spark with amusement. Though I notice you haven't complained once about having actual food in the morning. I chuckle, reaching for a plate in the coffee pot. "Don't get cocky. I survived just fine before you started force-feeding me breakfast." Survived being the operative word. She slides a stack of perfectly golden pancakes onto my plate. There's a difference between surviving and living. I pull up a seat at the breakfast counter as she dishes herself some before topping us off with more coffee. The rich aroma fills my nostrils, reminding me how different my mornings have become since she moved in. We've developed a sense of camaraderie, treating each other like colleagues. That's good. There's no need for it to be deeper than that anyway. But we have to talk about the elephant in the room eventually. The weight of tomorrow's significance hangs between us, and it needs to be out of the way. After a break in our conversation, I clear my throat. Tomorrow's the big day. I try to casually glance at her to gauge her reaction. "Just the two of us, right?" She cuts into her pancakes with surgical precision, each movement calculated and controlled. Unaffected. Good. "And my secretary as witness," I confirm, taking a sip of coffee, happy with her composure. "Simple and quick. Just like any other business transaction," I tell myself. She shrugs, the oversized sweatshirt slipping slightly off one shoulder. "Fine by me. No one would come for me anyway." I study her for a moment, noting the casual way she says it. The sharp angles of her face reveal nothing. Am I acting more affected by this than her? "You're not nervous?" A smirk plays at her lips. "Why would I be? This is just business, remember?" Her words hit their mark with precision. I nod, though something uncomfortable settles in my chest at her words. Must be the pancakes, or the guilt of having Harper go along with this sham. The fact that she's so damn calm about the whole thing makes it worse. But if she's perfectly fine with it, why should my morale be compromised? I clear my throat, desperate to shake off this unwanted guilt. "The board was impressed with your proposal yesterday. Even Walter couldn't stop praising your innovative approach. My attempt at changing the subject feels obvious, but I don't care. Anything to stop thinking about tomorrow and my sudden conscience flare up." Harper looks down at her plate, a small smile tugging at her lips. I just did my best. The modesty surprises me. I've never seen this side of her before. Then again, I've never given her a genuine compliment either. She's usually all sharp edges and quick comebacks. You didn't doubt yourself, did you? I can't help but ask. Without hesitation, she snaps back. Of course not! So fast and defensively that I instantly regret it. But seeing her so riled up seems to work for me. So I prod a little bit. Hey, I was just making sure you weren't. I only know the business side of you, usually. Always so sure. I am sure, she hisses before taking a breath. I never execute without knowing all the costs. And this one was the highest. It would have been dumb of me to not put my best foot forward. She finally calms down as she finishes talking and leaves me with a stern look that not long ago would have sent ice through my veins. But now I'm trying not to smirk at how hot she is all wound up. Eventually, I lean into what needs to be addressed. On that note, we need to practice for the big announcement. The words come out rougher than intended, and I fight the urge to clear my throat. Practice what? She raises a brow, fork paused halfway to her mouth. A drop of syrup threatens to fall from the stack of pancakes. Standing, I move around the counter to her side. Her eyes track my movement, wariness creeping into her expression. Without hesitation, I take her hand in mine, bringing it to my lips. My eyes lock with hers as I press a soft kiss to her knuckles, noting how delicate they feel against my mouth. This, I murmur against her skin. We'll have to act like we're madly in love. The words shouldn't affect me, but they do. My ears catch the slight hitch in her breathing as I hover close. Beyond just telling people, I explain, we'll have to be more intimate in public, like we're constantly drawn to touching one another. A surprising wave of heat surges through my lower body at the thought. I pull her up from the chair, wrapping my arms around her waist. She's small against me, fitting perfectly under my chin. The scent of her shampoo fills my nose. My voice drops lower, taking on a husky edge. Can you handle it? Her heart pounds against my chest, but her chin tilts up defiantly. Of course I can. She pushes away from me, breaking our embrace, but not before I feel the slight tremor in her hands. Good, I say, smirking as she walks off. Her quick retreat only draws my attention to the sway of her hips beneath that oversized sweatshirt. The way she moves shouldn't be legal this early in the morning. The ghost of her warmth lingers on my lips where they touched her hand, leaving me wondering what her mouth would taste like. Damn it. This arrangement might be more dangerous than I thought.
Chapter 13. Harper. I stand in Lucas's pristine living room, my fingers fidgeting with the hem of my simple white dress. The fabric feels cool against my skin, but my palms are sweating. This is ridiculous. It's just a business arrangement, nothing more. So why do I feel so nervous suddenly? The sound of footsteps makes me look up. Lucas enters, wearing a crisp white suit that fits him perfectly. His eyes catch mine, and something in his gaze shifts, softens. The intensity of his stare only makes me more nervous. Why does he have to look at me like that? You look beautiful, he says, his voice dropping to that low register that seems to vibrate through my chest. Stop, I mutter, turning away. My heartbeat quickens as my face becomes hot. I hate how my body betrays me. This isn't real. It's a contract, a means to an end for both of us. I hear him approach me, and I force myself to stay still, fighting the urge to step away. From the corner of my eye, I watch as he pulls something from his pocket. This is for you. He takes my hand in his larger one, his skin warm against mine, and I feel the cool slide of metal against my finger. His touch lingers before he decides to slowly pull away, sending unwanted shivers down my spine. I stare at the ring, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. It's stunning, elegant and modern, with clean architectural lines that speak to my own aesthetic. The platinum band catches the light, creating subtle shadows that highlight its sophisticated design. Did you had this made? It fits perfectly, like it was meant to be there, which is exactly the kind of dangerous thought I need to avoid. I try to remind myself this isn't real, but the weight of the ring on my finger feels anything but temporary. Customized, he confirms. It took a week to finish. Had it commissioned the moment you signed the contract. His voice carries a note of satisfaction, but the moment he says contract, the spell of the moment is broken. Thank God. Lucas suddenly takes my hand into his. I try to pull it away instinctively, but his grip tightens and he pulls me in, sending unwanted sparks up my arm. Let me practice, he murmurs, his voice low enough for only me to hear as he leads me towards the door. We're going to have to do this eventually anyway. Might as well start today. His usual confident smirk only makes me more anxious instead of reassuring me. The drive to the courthouse passes in a blur of racing thoughts and second guesses. Lucas's secretary waits at the entrance, tablet in hand and expression professional. Everything's prepared, she says, leading us inside. The courthouse feels too warm, too real. The judge's words fade into background noise as Lucas takes my hands in his. His stormy eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. Bev Zero, I know it. We are standing in front of the judge, exchanging vows, and I feel like time is fast-forwarding for some reason. Everything seems so sudden. I, Lucas Montgomery, take you, Harper Donovan. His voice carries a weight I wasn't prepared for, each word striking deeper than they should. My turn comes, and I have to remind myself this isn't real. None of it is. Harper, my voice catches and I clear my throat. I, Harper Donovan, take you, Lucas Montgomery. The wedding band slips onto my finger. Lucas's touch sends my heart racing all over again. His eyes never leaving mine. The way he's looking at me. It can't be real. He's just that good at pretending. Too damn good. When I place his ring on his finger, I focus on the metal band instead of his face. I can't look at him, not when he's playing this role so convincingly. The judge's voice breaks through my thoughts with the words, I haven't even thought about yet. You may kiss the bride. I step back instinctively at the judge's words, my mind blanking. How did I forget about this part? The kiss. Of course there would be a kiss. I'm usually so meticulous about details, yet somehow this slipped past my planning. Lucas catches my wrist discreetly, his grip gentle but firm. His breath tickles my cheek as he whispers while leaning in. For the judge, for practice. I hesitate, my heart thundering so loud I don't know how he doesn't hear it. I force myself to take a breath. Just another deal point to negotiate. I give a slight nod. He captures my lips with his and instantly sends a thrill throughout my entire body. Electricity shoots through my body. His mouth is warm, surprisingly soft, and moves against mine with a tenderness I hadn't expected. My hands find their way to his chest without my permission, and I feel his heart racing beneath my palm. He pulls me closer, one hand sliding to the small of my back, and I lean into him, forgetting where we are. Forgetting this isn't real. A shrill ringtone pierces the air. Turn that phone off. The judge barks at Lucas's secretary, and reality crashes back. I jerk away from Lucas, my lips tingling. I can't look at him. Can't acknowledge whatever just happened. The marriage license appears before us, and I focus on it like it's the most fascinating document I've ever seen. My hand trembles slightly as I pick up the pen. I write, the letters stark against the white paper. Get it together, I scold myself, trying to focus on the skyscraper project. My career, that's what matters. Not the way Lucas's kiss made me feel, or how his touch lingers on my skin. I'm too smart for this, too focused, too driven to let hormones derail everything I've worked for. The pen scratches against paper as I finish my signature, each stroke a reminder of why I'm really here.
Chapter 14. Lucas. Immediately after our wedding, we already have an event to attend, which is why we did it the way we did. This black tie event is going to be our big announcement to all of the important players of our world. The perfect stage to unveil our unexpected union to New York's elite. I adjust my cuffs, the sharp black fabric of my tailored suit fitting like armor. The weight of tonight's charade already presses down on my shoulders. Public appearances are routine, but this isn't just another event. It's our debut as a married couple. I still can't believe we actually went through with it. My phone shows 7:45. She's late. Again. The holiday seaside annual gala waits for no one, not even my new bride. Typical Harper, I mutter, pacing across the foyer floor, my Italian leather shoes tapping against the marble. Always making an entrance. The rhythmic click of heels draws my attention to the staircase. I look up, and everything stops. Breath, time, everything. Harper stands at the top of the stairs, a vision in crimson that clings to every curve like liquid fire. The fabric catches light with each movement, creating an ethereal glow around her. The high slit reveals smooth legs that seem endless, and the neckline... Christ. The diamond necklace I bought her sparkles against her skin, drawing attention to her elegant neck. My jaw tightens as I struggle to maintain composure. She's not just beautiful, she's devastating. The kind of woman who could bring empires to their knees without saying a word. She descends the stairs with that confident stride I've come to know, each step deliberate and graceful. When she reaches the bottom, her lips curve into that knowing smile I both admire and dread. "What do you think?" she asks. I clear my throat and tear my gaze away before I betray myself. It's... fine. Her brow arches as she places a hand on her hip. Fine? That's all I get. I turn away, pretending to fuss with my cufflinks. It'll do. A warm, teasing laugh escapes her lips. Wow. You really know how to make a girl feel special, don't you? I gesture toward the door, not trusting myself to respond. Any more words, and I might let slip how incredible she looks. Let's go. We're already late. The town car ride is anything but relaxing. The tension in the back seat is palpable between us, but I can't find the words or topic to break it. I look over to finally say something, but Harper crosses her legs, the slit in her dress parting slightly. I force my eyes back to the road, though they keep betraying me with sideways glances. So, she breaks the silence, her voice playful. What's our story again? You know, in case anyone asks. I glance at her from the corner of my eye. We've been over this. Humor me, she insists, turning to face me with that expectant look I'm starting to know too well. I look her over, noting how different her behavior is today than yesterday. You seem more upbeat than yesterday? Her heart-shaped face turns serious for a moment. It's normal for people to be nervous when they get married, even fake married. She gives me a look, her playfulness etching back in. So, tell me. I decide to believe her reasoning and let it go. Fine. My lips twitch. We hated each other at first. Obviously, she grins. Go on. You thought I was insufferable. And I was right. I ignore her, fighting back a smirk. And I thought you were impossible to work with. Reckless. Stubborn. Don't forget brilliant, she adds, tilting her chin up. I can't help but chuckle. Sure, let's go with that. And then... She leans closer, eyes sparkling with amusement. My smile fades as sincerity creeps into my voice. And then I realized you weren't just stubborn. You were determined, fearless, and annoyingly good at proving me wrong. She blinks, her teasing expression faltering before that grin returns. Wow, that almost sounded like a compliment. I shrug, smirking. Don't get used to it. Your turn. She shifts in her seat. What did I realize about you? That I'm charming, brilliant, and incredibly patient. She snorts. You're ridiculous, but fine. I'll give you patient. What else? The car jerks as our driver slams on the brakes. Harper gasps, the momentum throwing her forward. Her palms land against my chest, steadying herself. Our faces so close I can feel the warmth of her breath against my lips. Sorry, she mutters, attempting to push away, but my hands move on their own, gripping her waist to keep her from falling. Careful, I say. I should let go, but I don't. Her legs are draped across my lap now, the crimson fabric of her dress riding up to reveal more of those endless legs. I should, she starts. My grip tightens slightly. We're already in position. A smirk tugs at my lips as I watch her eyes widen. We should practice. Practice what? Her voice wavers slightly, and I can practically see her mind racing to conclusions. Looking like a married couple, I say, letting my tone drop lower, watching her reaction. Before she can overthink it, I close the distance between us. The kiss is deliberate, claiming. For a heartbeat, she's rigid against me. But then she melts, her fingers curling into my jacket as she matches my intensity. I slide one hand up her back, while the other traces the curve of her waist. That vanilla floral scent surrounds me as I deepen the kiss, tilting my head to get a better angle. A soft sound escapes her as my mouth leaves hers to trail down her neck, pressing a kiss just below her ear. The sharp knock on the window shatters everything. Harper jerks back like she's been shocked, quickly tugging her dress back into place. We're here, our driver calls from outside. I lean back, watching her frantically pat her hair back into place. You've got lipstick, she mutters, pointing. It's a testament to our relationship. Just wipe it off. I laugh, stepping out and extending my hand to her. Let's go nail this, wife. She hesitates, eyeing my hand before placing hers in mine. You're impossible, she mutters under her breath as I help her from the car. And you love it, I quip, leading her toward the venue as waves crash in the distance.
Chapter 15. Harper. Our steps tap rhythmically on the wooden dock as we approach the yacht. The cold air stings my cheeks, but I keep my hand firmly looped around Lucas's arm, my grip tighter than intended. The yacht comes into view, twinkling lights strung across its deck like stars brought down to earth. Holiday music drifts through the air, the familiar melody of White Christmas, making my lips press into a thin line. A Christmas party? Really? A Christmas party? That's extra coupley, I tease, lightly pulling on his arm. I steal a glance at Lucas as the music reaches us, and I see him smile without even looking at me. That infuriating, knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He just simply says, "You said you like Christmas, right?" His tone carries that hint of mischief I'm learning to both dread and anticipate. I shake my head at his childish play, hating that I find it charming. Hating even more that he remembers such a small detail from our conversations. Then I catch a glance of some very elite people as we walk on board. CEOs, real estate moguls, faces I've seen splashed across Forbes magazine. You okay? Lucas's low voice breaks into my thoughts, his eyes catching my hesitation. That deep, gravelly tone sends an involuntary shiver down my spine, and his grip on my arm tightens just slightly, protective and possessive all at once. Of course, I reply, keeping my tone steady and my face neutral. I refuse to let him see how my stomach churns with nerves. This isn't just any party. It's his world, his people. and I'm about to step right into the lion's den. The moment we step onto the yacht, a wave of warmth and chatter hits us. The guests, dressed in designer evening wear, turn their heads in perfect synchronization. The soft hum of conversation shifts into sharp whispers. I recognize faces from magazine covers and board meetings, the elite of New York's business world. Lucas's hand slides over mine, his fingers curling protectively around my own. "Stay close," he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. The crowd closes in like a tide. Smiling faces, curious eyes, and barely concealed whispers buzz around us. My spine stiffens as I recognize some of them that I have actually met. Business elites, their wives, and even a few journalists. Great, just great. I suddenly feel underprepared for this party. "Lucas!" A woman with an overdone smile and glittering diamonds and pearls steps forward, her gaze cutting to me like a blade. "Who's this?" Lucas's grin widens as his arm slips confidently around my waist, pulling me closer. "This is Harper, my wife." The room falls into a deafening silence at Lucas's announcement. I can practically hear the ice cubes clinking in their crystal glasses. The air feels thick, heavy with unspoken judgments. "Wife?" the woman sputters, her diamond necklace catching the light as she leans forward. Lucas's arm tightens around my waist, his voice smooth and controlled. "We had a private ceremony. Now we're just enjoying some time together." I maintain my smile, though my jaw aches from the effort. The women's gazes rake over me like laser beams, cataloging every detail from my dress to my jewelry. My shoulders tense under their scrutiny. "Relax," Lucas whispers, his breath warm against my ear. "You're doing fine." I nod stiffly, watching as a group of women huddle in the corner, whispering behind their perfectly manicured hands. Their Cartier bracelets catch the light as they gesture, and I try not to think about how my entire year's salary probably wouldn't cover one of their evening bags, which is saying something, since I don't do too shabby in that department, but not compared to these people. The announcement of dinner comes as a blessed relief. I pick at the expertly prepared food on my plate, the rich aromas of herbs and spices doing nothing to stimulate my appetite. Lucas nudges my plate closer. "You've barely eaten. Just as well. You'll want room for dessert. It's your favorite." "How do you know that?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. His lips curve into that infuriating smirk. "I pay attention." I lean closer, lowering my voice. "The women are staring at me like they want to rip me apart. How many of them have you dated?" He chuckles. I've lost count. "You're impossible," I mutter, rolling my eyes. "And you're adorable when you're angry," he teases, flashing me that roguish grin. The music shifts to something slower, and I find myself relaxing slightly as Lucas's hand finds mine under the table, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. Maybe I can survive this night after all. The soft waltz music fills the air as I push my barely touched dessert around my plate. Lucas stands suddenly, extending his hand toward me. "Dance with me." My face flushes. "No, I don't dance." His gives me that damn infuriating smirk. "I'll guide you." Before I can protest further, his hand slides around my waist, pulling me effortlessly to my feet. He leads me onto the dance floor, his steps fluid and confident while I stumble over his expensive leather shoes. "You're stepping on me on purpose," he says, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Maybe," I shoot back, unable to suppress my laugh as he guides me through another turn. Or maybe I really can't dance and that's just an added bonus. He chuckles. Then, without warning, he spins me out and lifts me off the ground. A startled laugh escapes my lips. "Lucas, put me down. Not until you admit you're having fun." His grip remains firm, secure. Fine, I'm having fun. Now put me down. I swatted his chest, giggling despite myself. When my feet touched the floor again, I noticed the crowd watching us. Their expressions have softened, replaced with knowing smiles and whispered conversations that seem to be lighter than the daggers thrown earlier. They're eating this up, I murmur, my smile faltering as reality crashes back. Lucas's hand brushes my cheek as he leans closer. Then let's give them something to talk about. His lips meet mine, soft and deliberate. My breath catches, my heart racing at his mere touch. The feeling overwhelms me as if I had just been drugged. When he pulls back, our eyes lock, and I can't tell if this moment is for them or for us. Damn it! I cannot afford falling for my husband. But then again, could I? Chapter 16. Harper. My phone's incessant buzzing drags me from sleep. I groan, rolling over in the plush bed of my new home, and squint at the glowing screen. The brightness stabs my eyes as headlines scream at me. Lucas Montgomery weds in secret ceremony. A photo of our kiss on the yacht dominates my screen. My stomach lurches as I scroll through the comments. Gold digger, power play, perfect couple. The words swim together until I have to look away. My best friend's text pops up. Harper, WTF? You married him? I drop my phone onto the silk sheets, pressing my palms against my eyes. I'd been so focused on salvaging my professional reputation after the Landers disaster that I hadn't considered how this would affect my personal life. I decide to leave my phone where I had dropped it and get ready to face the day. No sense to sit and overthink about something that's already happened. At least, that's what I'm going to tell myself. Walking into the office, I grip my tablet like a shield. I run over my plan for the meeting to steady my nerves as I brace for judgment. Instead, Sarah from accounting beams at me. Congratulations, Harper. The photos are gorgeous. I manage a tight smile, continuing down the hallway. More congratulations follow, along with actual work discussions. Justin, one of our junior architects, practically bounces up to my desk. Mrs. Montgomery, Ms. Donovan, sorry I don't know what to call you now, but your skyline project design, the vertical garden integration is brilliant. Would you mind walking me through the sustainability calculations sometime? If you have a moment, of course. I blink, warmth spreading through my chest. Of course, I say, and Harper is fine. For the first time since this whole circus began, I feel my shoulders relax. At least my work is finally being seen for what it is. I step into the conference room. Everyone's already seated, and a chorus of congratulations hits me before I can even set down my things. The photos are beautiful, Harper, says John. You two look perfect together. About time he settled down. Walter smiles at me with an approving nod. I manage polite smiles, focusing on setting up my presentation. The projector hums to life, casting my designs across the screen. As I explain the vertical garden integration and sustainable energy systems, the questions flow naturally. For once, they're actually listening to my ideas instead of dismissing them. It makes it not so much work as much as a passionate discussion with other intellectuals. And it's amazing. The door swings open mid-sentence, interrupting my explanation of the solar panel placement. Lucas strides in, carrying a tray loaded with pastries and coffee. Behind him, his staff follows with more food. Thought you all might be hungry, he says, setting down the tray. The smell of fresh coffee and warm croissants fills the room. I was going to greet him as my boss, but before I can react, his lips brush my cheek. Heat spreads across my face as I stiffen. Lucas, I whisper sharply, glancing at our audience. He murmurs, relax. He straightens up, addressing the room. Don't let me interrupt. Though Harper, when you're done here, join me in my office for lunch. We need to discuss the East Wing modifications. I nod, thankful he's given me a business-related excuse. Absolutely, I'll wrap this up shortly. I recognize it's an ideal chance to discuss where we draw the line between our professional conduct and our public facade, because if we can't figure out how to dial this back, I'm going to have an even harder time separating what's real from what's pretend. Once the meeting is over, I march into Lucas's office. He glances up from his desk, a smile playing at his lips, but I cut him off before he can speak. This has to stop, I say, crossing my arms. The kissing, the lunches, it's too much. He leans back in his chair, maddeningly calm. It's not too much. It's what people expect. I don't care what people expect. My voice comes out softer than intended, betraying my uncertainty. He straightens, his expression hardening. You should care. This isn't just about appearances. It's about protecting your reputation. Our reputation. I sink into the chair across from him, eyeing the spread of food on his desk. The salad looks fresh, with candied walnuts scattered throughout. I pick up a fork and begin methodically removing the nuts, piling them on the side of the plate. Lucas watches me, his brow furrowing. What are you doing? You're allergic to nuts, I say without looking up, focusing on my task. You want to end up in the ER? A slow smile spreads across his face. Didn't realize you were paying attention. I shrug, keeping my tone sharp even as my pulse quickens under his steady gaze. Don't read into it. I'm just doing my job as your wife. I shift uncomfortably in my chair as Lucas's expression changes, his casual demeanor evaporating. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. Harper. The intensity in his tone makes me look up, my fork frozen midair. His stormy gray eyes hold intensity I don't think I've seen on him before. There are cameras in this office, he says, each word deliberate and weighted. My stomach tightens as he rises from his chair, moving around the desk with measured steps. He places his hand on the back of my chair. His cologne wraps around me as he leans in, effectively trapping me between his arms. My breathing turns shallow as I try to maintain my composure. Lucas, back off, I manage to whisper, proud that my voice doesn't waver, despite the chaos in my chest. A low chuckle rumbles from his throat as he steps away. I busy myself gathering my things, desperate to escape before he notices how his proximity affects me. The company's holding a Christmas gala in 3 weeks, he says, his tone deceptively casual as he sits back down. I raise an eyebrow, trying to regain control. And? You're coming? It's not a request. But first, you're meeting my family. Your family? His signature smirk returns as he watches me process this news. Think you can handle it? I lift my chin, summoning every ounce of confidence I possess. What a dumb thing to ask. Of course I can. But inside, my mind is asking the same question.
Chapter 17. Lucas's. The city lights twinkle through my office windows like distant stars. I twist my neck, trying to ease the tension that's built up after hours of staring at blueprints and financial reports. The supplier issues are giving me a headache. They're not keeping their end of the bargain, and it's throwing our entire timeline into chaos. Lucas, dinner! Harper's voice cuts through my concentration. I look up to find her leaning against my doorframe, her signature red lipstick still perfect despite the late hour. 2 weeks of working closely together has changed things between us. The Ice Queen facade has melted away, revealing someone far more intriguing. Dinner? Are you asking me out? I can't resist teasing her. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile. The team's grabbing food in the conference room. Don't make it weird. Everything okay? I ask, noting the slight slump in her shoulders. The design team's about to lose it over these supplier issues. We need a break before someone snaps and starts using the blueprints as confetti. I chuckle, pushing back from my desk. My muscles protest as I stand, reminding me how long I've been sitting. I follow her out, my eyes drawn to the confident sway of her hips in that tailored navy suit. The view, at least, makes staying late worth it. The conference room buzzes with energy as I follow Harper inside. The team's already sprawled around the table, takeout containers creating a makeshift buffet. The aroma of Chinese food fills the air, mixing with the lingering scent of coffee from our earlier meeting. "Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery," Mike from engineering waves a pair of chopsticks. "Please join us. Grab a seat." I slide into the chair next to Harper, watching as she meticulously arranges her food. Same old Harper, everything has to be just so. But then I notice something that makes me grin. She's pushing all her broccoli to one side of the plate, creating a little green barrier between her chicken and rice. Without thinking, I reach over with my fork and snag a piece of the rejected vegetable. Harper's head snaps up the moment it's on my tongue. "What are you doing?" Her voice carries that sharp edge that I only get the joy of hearing at work. I shrug, already reaching for another piece. "I'm used to eating your broccoli at home. Old habits." "They're watching," she mutters under her breath, her eyes darting around the table. I turn to face our team, who are indeed watching us with poorly hidden amusement. "Hey, is it weird to steal your wife's broccoli?" One of the older ones on the board, Mr. Mortez, laughs, nearly choking on her low mane. "Not weird at all. Totally normal. See?" I smirk at Harper. "Totally normal." She rolls her eyes, but I notice how her shoulders relax slightly as conversation flows around us. The team launches into stories about their own relationships, and gradually, Harper's perfect posture softens. After dinner, we clear away the takeout containers and the team dives back into work. The energy shifts from casual to focused as everyone returns to their stations. The skyline plans dominate the conference room screens, complex designs that will reshape New York's horizon. I lean over Harper's shoulder, my attention caught by a section of the blueprint she's examining. The scent of her perfume, something subtle and expensive, leaves me leaning in for a better whiff. Instead, I force myself to stay focused. "We should replace this with a more sustainable material," I suggest, pointing at the screen. My finger traces the outline of the proposed structure. She nods, completely absorbed in the design. "I was thinking the same thing. If we use the new composite material from—" I try to focus on her words, but my attention drifts to the way she absently tucks her pixie cut behind her ear. It's a habit I've noticed she only does when she's deep in thought. The sharp line of her jaw, the intensity in her eyes as she works. It's distracting in ways I hadn't anticipated. Our hands brush as she reaches to adjust something on the screen. Damn it. This keeps happening, especially when we're working close like this. I thought being in a professional setting would make it easier to ignore, but if anything, it's getting worse. I'm finding it hard to ignore my primitive nature when I'm in close quarters with her, no matter the setting. Her seriousness and focus on her work makes it even harder to dismiss. She glances up, her dark eyes narrowing. "What's wrong? Where's your head at? Have you heard anything I suggested?" I clear my throat, trying to play off my zoning out. "Nothing," I say quickly, maybe too quickly. "Just thought of something." I sound like an amateur, fumbling over my words like some inexperienced kid. Stepping back, I run a hand through my hair. This isn't me. I don't get distracted, especially not by women. I'm Lucas Montgomery. I run one of the biggest real estate empires in New York, and I've closed billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. Yet here I am, losing focus because of a 5'4" architect who challenges every damn decision I make. Now is not the time to start acting like an idiot. I've got this. I'm just stressed about this project is all and too busy focusing on other things. But as I watch Harper return to her work, that familiar sinking feeling settles in my chest. This thing I'm feeling? It's new. Different. Terrifying if I'm being honest with myself. I'm not one for worrying, but this feeling is scaring me. The way she moves, the confidence in her stride, the sharp intelligence behind those dark eyes. It's getting under my skin in ways I never expected. And that's exactly what makes it so damn dangerous. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 18. Lucas. I tap my pen against the desk, staring at the numbers until they blur together. The soft hum of Christmas music drifts from the living room, Harper's influence. She's transformed my bachelor penthouse into some kind of winter wonderland while I wasn't looking. The tap of heels yanks me from my thoughts. I look up, expecting Harper back from her donut run, but instead find my mother standing in the doorway. Mom. My stomach clenches as my tongue turns bitter. What a surprise. Tessa Montgomery stands like a statue carved from ice, her green eyes scanning the room with surgical precision. Her tailored navy Gucci suit, form-fitting and not a wrinkle in sight. On the suit or his mother. She pays good money to make sure her plastic surgeon keeps it that way. The decorations are festive, she says, her tone suggesting she'd rather use a different word. Your wife's doing, I assume? I lean back in my chair, keeping my expression neutral. Harper enjoys the holidays. She picks up Harper's coffee mug from the side table, examining it like it's evidence in a crime scene. Speaking of your wife, you've been avoiding my calls. I've been busy. Too busy to introduce your new bride to your mother? She sets the mug down with a sharp click. The papers seem to know more about your marriage than I do. I clench my jaw. 20 years of her coming and going as she pleases, and now she wants to play concerned mother? What do you want? I ask, my voice hard. She arches an elegantly shaped brow, brushing her manicured fingers over the edge of the couch. I want to meet her. Your wife. I exhale sharply, running a hand through my hair. The weight of her presence makes the place feel smaller, suffocating. You never cared before. Why now? My mother's long, perfect nails trace the edge of our wedding photo, her green eyes sharp as a hawk's. Because I'm still your mother. A bitter laugh threatens to escape my throat. Mother? More like a vulture circling fresh meat. The inheritance has brought all the rats out of their holes, and she's the biggest one of all. And since she isn't blood to the inheritance, she will use any means possible to get her hand on it. Through me. Well, Mother, she's brilliant, independent, and stunning, I say, letting sarcasm drip from every word. Not the kind of woman you'd have chosen for me, or did when you were showcasing your ponies. You know, when you tried to play mommy and pretend you cared. The memory of all those society daughters she'd paraded in front of me over the years flashes through my mind. Each one more vapid than the last, chosen for their family connections rather than substance. At the time, I wouldn't have minded sleeping with them, but not when they met me expecting a marriage. My mother's cold smile falters for a moment, but then returns, ready to cut glass, acting unfazed by my insults. Maybe not. But she's your wife, and I'm your mother. Not only that, the family wants to meet her. Of course they do, I mumble, agitated. And I'll see her tonight. You both will stay until Sunday. She turns on her heel, Louboutin fading as I hear her let herself out. The door closes behind her with a soft click that feels like a gunshot. 20 years of showing up only when it suited her, of missing birthdays and graduations, and now she wants to play happy families? The inheritance makes everyone brave, apparently. After a moment of suppressed rage over my mother's orders and sudden appearance, I hear the door click open. Before I can march over and tell my mother her welcome mat is used up, I hear Harper. "I come bearing sinful amounts of sugar." Harper's voice rings through the penthouse. "And before you complain, yes, I got your boring plain ones too." The sweet aroma of fresh donuts hits me before I see her. Harper strides in, holding up a massive pink box like a trophy. "I got your favorite," she announces, but her smile falters as she takes in my expression. "What happened?" I massage my temple, the ghost of my mother's perfume still lingering in the air. "We're having dinner with my family tonight, and staying the weekend." Harper opens the box and bites into a powdered donut, sugar dusting her lips. "You're acting like it's the end of the world. It's just your family. You don't know them." I give her a wry smile, my voice dropping. "I know everyone talks trash on their family, but mine is facts. I don't know if you want to get into this." She smirks, brushing sugar off her fingers with deliberate flicks. "What do you take me for? Of course I can handle them. Plus, it's a little late for cold feet now." She offers me a donut. Her confidence settles something in my chest. Or maybe it's just her presence. Either way, the recent encounter with my mother seems distant, now that Harper's here. Hours later, after packing and mentally prepping, we're in the helicopter, the city sprawling beneath us like a carpet of stars. Harper presses her face to the window, her eyes wide with childlike wonder. "I've never seen the city like this," she whispers. I chuckle, finding myself watching her instead of the view. The lights from below cast shadows across her face, highlighting the curve of her cheekbone, the arch of her lips. "Neither have I." She turns to me, surprise dancing in her eyes. "How could you not? You've done this before, right?" I lean closer, my voice low and teasing. "It's different now." She's already turned back to the window, missing how my gaze lingers on her profile. My fingers itch to trace the line of her jaw, to pull her close and taste the remnants of that powdered sugar on her lips. But I can't, won't. This thing between us isn't real, I remind myself, even if every cell in my body disagrees.
Chapter 19. Harper's. I step out of the helicopter, the cold December air nipping at my exposed skin. The Montgomery estate stretches before me, a masterpiece of Georgian architecture bathed in the warm glow of thousands of twinkling Christmas lights. The symmetrical wings extend gracefully from the central structure, and the proportions are absolutely perfect. "Impressive, huh?" Lucas asks, his breath warm against my ear. I school my features into practiced neutrality, though my architect's heart races at the sight. It's all right. My fingers itch to sketch the magnificent cornices and pediments. The detailed millwork alone deserves a spread in Architectural Digest. "You're practically drooling," Lucas teases as we walk toward the entrance. I am not. I'm analyzing the structural integrity. "Sure you are." His hand settles at the small of my back as we approach the massive double doors. The moment we step inside, all conversation stops. The grand foyer falls silent as dozens of eyes turn to assess me. I lift my chin, squaring my shoulders. I've faced worse in boardroom presentations. An elegant woman glides forward, her smile as artificial as her perfectly styled hair. "You must be Harper. I'm Lucas's mother. It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Montgomery. I extend my hand, keeping my tone warm but professional. Her eyes rake over me, lingering a beat too long. You're different than I expected. The implied meaning hangs in the air. I've heard variations of this my entire career. And you're exactly what I expected, Mom. Lucas's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. An older man approaches. Lucas's father, David. He offers a polite but distant handshake. Welcome to the family. A butler appears in the doorway. Dinner is served. As I look at all of the judgmental eyes of his whispering family, I can't decide if it's salvation or execution. From the predatory gleam in Tessa's eyes, I'm betting on the latter. I settle into my chair at the ornate dining table, noting the perfect place settings and crystal stemware that probably cost more than my home. The tension in the air is as thick as when I got here. I don't think it could even be cut with the antique butter knife beside my plate. So Harper, Tessa's voice drips with honey-coated venom. With your busy career, how do you plan to juggle work and a family? She pauses, her lips curving into a snakish look. If you're even planning for one. I open my mouth to deliver a carefully crafted response, one I've rehearsed 100 times for situations exactly like this. But Lucas's voice answers before I can get the words out. Mom, Harper's already more capable than anyone you've ever introduced me to, including yourself, and you didn't even work. The room falls silent. Even the butler freezes mid-pour, the expensive red wine suspended inches above the crystal glass. I glance at Lucas, surprised by the own venom in his tone. But beneath my surprise, warmth spreads through my chest. He's not dismissing my ability to defend myself. He's protecting me. It's a foreign feeling to have someone else fight my battles, but there's something oddly comforting about it. The rest of dinner passes in uncomfortable silence, broken only by the clink of silverware against fine china. I focus on cutting my perfectly cooked steak into precise pieces, avoiding the daggers Tessa keeps shooting across the table as the rest of his family pretends to be interested in me. Lucas was right. His family really is a ravenous pack of wolves. After dessert, a creme brulee I'm too nauseated to enjoy, Tessa leads us upstairs to Lucas's old room. Her heels click against the marble floors like a countdown to execution. I trust you'll be comfortable here, she says, her tone suggesting the opposite. Her eyes rake over me one final time, making it clear she thinks I don't belong in her son's life, let alone his room. I need a shower. I'll be out in a minute. While Lucas locks himself in the bathroom, I explore the space, figuring the shower is more of an de-stressor for him. As I look around, the room feels like a museum piece, pristine and untouched. Trophies line the shelves, their gold surface collecting dust. The walls showcase framed achievements rather than personal photos. Then a single photo catches my eye. Lucas as a teenager, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. I pick it up, studying the forced happiness in his expression. I notice he is standing alone in what looks like a graduation ceremony. The bathroom door opens. Steam billows out as Lucas emerges. Water droplets trailing down his chest, a towel hanging dangerously low on his hips. The photo slips from my fingers, clattering against the floor. I stare at Lucas before I force my eyes back to the fallen frame. Lucas bends to pick it up, his lips curling into a scoff. What? You think I'm some tragic sob story? I shake my head, my throat tight. No, I just didn't realize how lonely you must have been. His jaw tightens as he sets the photo face down on the dresser. I had everything. The rest doesn't matter. Right. Everything money could buy. I study his face, noting the way his shoulders tense. Material things. The lack of parental love is just a blip in my life, he says, his voice hardening. His muscles stiffen, and I recognize the walls going back up, the same ones I've seen cracking over the past few weeks. I'm going to shower, I say quickly, grabbing my clothes and toiletry bag. I've pushed too far, and I can't bear to watch him transform back into the cold, distant man I worked with before. The truth sits heavy in my chest as I hurry to the bathroom. I like him better this way. The real Lucas I've gotten to know during our arrangement, the one who steals my broccoli and makes me laugh despite myself. I turn the shower on full blast, hoping the steam will wash away my growing anxiety about this weekend. And it's only just begun.
Chapter 20. Lucas. I lie in bed, wide awake despite the late hour. The darkness wraps around us like a blanket, but all I can focus on is Harper's presence beside me. Her even breathing fills the silence. The scent of her shampoo from her freshly washed hair drifts through the air. My stomach flips as I try to convince myself. It's just the unfamiliar bed. The stress of being back home. But I know better. I turn toward her, my eyes adjusting to the darkness enough to make out her silhouette. The moonlight filtering through the curtains casts a soft glow across her face, highlighting the curve of her cheekbone, the gentle slope of her nose. This is ridiculous, I mutter under my breath, running a hand through my hair. The bed feels too small, too intimate, and yet I can't stop myself from shifting closer. "Are you awake?" I whisper, holding my breath. No response comes except her steady breathing. My hand reaches out before I can stop it, hovering inches from her face. The urge to touch her overwhelms my usual self-control. I don't know this version of myself, the one that seems to need to expose myself to whatever these feelings are. I find my fingers moving on their own accord, tracing the line of her jaw with the lightest touch. She's beautiful. I've always known that, but here in the darkness, with her guard down, it hits differently. My fingertips ghost over her cheek, barely making contact. She stirs under my touch. I freeze, afraid to be caught in the moment. Her eyes flutter open, dark and questioning, locking onto mine. "What are you doing?" My hand is still suspended in the air, inches from Harper's face. Her eyes are open now, wide and questioning in the dim light. Pulling my hand back, I let out a shaky breath, trying to decide what to do. I want you, I confess, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. Badly. Her eyes widen and I find myself continuing. "Do you feel it too? This craving that refuses to go away since we got married?" "No, scratch that. It's been there even before then. All those clashes, it led to this." Her breath hitches, her gaze dropping to my lips. "Lucas." She whispers my name like a secret, like it's something precious she's only just discovered. Before she can say more, I lean in, unable to resist the magnetic pull that's drawing me closer to her. My lips brush hers softly at first, tentatively as if seeking permission. She gasps, her eyes lingering on my lips before they drift shut, and then she's kissing me back with a fierceness that I wasn't prepared for. Not from her. And I welcome it. Our hands are everywhere, tangling in each other's hair, clutching at fabric, seeking skin. The kiss deepens quickly, urgent and consuming, as if we're both trying to make up for lost time. Her lips are soft and demanding, her tongue darting into my mouth with a boldness that ignites something primal within me. I roll onto my back, pulling her with me so she's straddling my hips. The heat between us is undeniable, a blazing inferno that threatens to consume us both. But I'll succumb to the fire if she does. "God, Harper!" I groan against her mouth, my hands gripping her waist. "You're driving me mad here." She grinds down against me, a playful smirk on her lips. We're a tangle of limbs and heated whispers, our bodies moving together as we flow with the other's movements. Her silk shorts ride up her thighs, and I can't help but marvel at the softness of her skin, the way she feels against me. "Lucas," she breathes, her voice thick with need, coming out husky. We should slow down. I still for a moment, my rational side warring with the desire that's clouding my judgment. You're right, I say, though every fiber of my being is screaming at me to ignore her words and get lost in her. She rolls off me, her chest heaving as she tries to catch her breath. I turn onto my side, propping myself up on one elbow so I can look at her. Her lips are swollen from our kisses, her hair a tousled mess from where my fingers have been threading through it. She's never looked more sexy. I didn't plan for this, I admit, tracing the line of her jaw with my fingertip, but I can't say I regret it. Her dark eyes meet mine, a hint of vulnerability peeking through her usual self-assured demeanor. Neither do I, she says softly. But we need to be careful, Lucas. This, whatever it is between us, it could complicate things. I nod, knowing she's right but not ready to let go of the moment just yet. I know, but for tonight, let's just pretend it's real. Just us, no expectations, no consequences. For a moment, I think I've pushed her too far to suggest it. But I don't want to stop. Then, I see the lust in her eyes flare up instead of dimming down. Harper's hands shoot to the nape of my neck, pulling me into a fierce, demanding kiss. My instinct is to close the space between us, to feel her warmth and the weight of her against me. But she anticipates my move and shoves me back onto the bed. In a sultry whisper, she asserts her control. I'm in charge. Before straddling me, her mouth finds mine once more, a whole new feel of urgency I have yet to experience. My fingertips grip her hips, pulling her down onto me, needing her to feel just how much she affects me, how she turns me to stone with desire. We're locked in a fervent struggle, each of us vying for the upper hand, seeking the sweet surrender that lies just within reach.
Chapter 21. Harper. The moonlight filters through the sheer curtains, casting a silver glow over the room. Lucas's chest rises and falls beneath me, his breathing ragged, matching my own uneven breaths. His hands grip my waist, the pressure of his fingers through the thin fabric of my pajama shorts, sending shivers within my veins and straight to my core. You're driving me crazy, he growls, his voice a low rumble that resonates in the quiet room. His hands feel strong against me, and I can't help but think of all the things he could do with those hands. The thought sends a shiver down my spine, and I lean down, my lips brushing against his in a feather-light touch. Good, I whisper, my fingers trailing over his chest, feeling the firm muscles beneath his shirt. His response is a groan, deep and needy, as he pulls me closer, deepening the kiss. Our tongues dance to a tune that played since the day we met. It's a dance of defiance and desire, a testament to the undeniable chemistry that crackles between us every time we're in the same room. I break the kiss, pulling back just enough to look into his gray eyes. This is insane, I breathe, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. Insane, he echoes, his hands moving up to tangle in my hair. But it feels right. I can't argue with that. Every fiber of my being is attuned to him, to the way his body feels against mine, to the raw hunger in his gaze. It's a look that ignites something within me, something powerful and hungry. With a boldness that surprises even me, I reach down and grasp the hem of my shirt, pulling it off over my head in one swift motion, straddling him. I feel his intake of breath, feel the way his eyes rake over me, appreciating the view. Christ, Harper, he murmurs, his hands skimming up my sides, his thumbs brushing against the satin fabric of my bra. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We lay there, a panting, sweaty mess, our hearts pounding in unison. Lucas's eyes are closed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he drifts off to sleep. But as the afterglow fades, I find myself grappling with a creeping sense of unease. I turn my head to look at him, this man who has turned my well-ordered life upside down. He's handsome, even asleep, with his dark lashes fanning out against his cheeks and the hint of stubble shadowing his jaw. But it's not his looks that have me suddenly panicking. It's the way he makes me feel. Vulnerable, exposed, real. As I watch him sleep, I can't help but wonder if I've made a grave mistake. We were supposed to be partners in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Not this. I know Lucas well enough to understand that he doesn't do anything without a reason. He's a strategist, always thinking several moves ahead. So what does he want from me? Is this just another game to him? Or is there something more at stake? I don't have the answers. And that scares me. Because the truth is, I'm already in too deep. I've let him see parts of me that I've kept hidden from the world. And now I can't help but fear that I've opened myself up to a world of hurt.
Chapter 22. Lucas. Sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, painting the room in soft gold. I blink awake, my hand instinctively reaching out to the other side of the bed. It's empty. Harper's gone and her side maid, as if she had never been there. I feel a twist of unease, then brush it off. She's probably somewhere in the estate. Besides, why am I even worrying about it? Last night was just screwing. Nothing more. Pushing aside the covers, I throw on some sweats and a shirt before striding barefoot through the hall. The faint sound of laughter pulls me toward the backyard. I stop in my tracks. There she is, standing at the pool's edge, her hair catching the sunlight. She's laughing, her voice light and carefree as she plays with my cousin's kids. They're splashing water at her and she's pretending to run away, her movements playful and unrehearsed. For a moment, I just watch. There's something about her, something that shifts the air around her, makes it warmer, brighter. The way she throws her head back when she laughs, the gentle way she interacts with the children, how her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles. It's different from the sharp professional Harper I'm used to seeing. It's unsettling and magnetic all at once. I realize I'm having trouble keeping our arrangement strictly business. This woman is getting under my skin in ways I never anticipated, and I have no idea what to do about it. I rub the back of my neck, frustrated. Why does she affect me this way? Why can't I maintain the clear line between personal and business? Knowing there's nothing I can do about it, I push off from the wall and approach the pool's edge. Harper turns, and her smile hits me like a physical force. Her face shows something lighter than her usual calculated expressions. "Good morning," she says, her eyes dancing with energy. "Did you sleep well?" I nod, my throat suddenly dry. "You're up early." "The kids told me about the lake." She gestures toward the sparkling water, droplets catching the morning light as the children splash around. "I was thinking we could go." I hesitate, thinking about the chill of the water in December, but her enthusiasm is infectious. "We can take the boat out." We fall into silence, watching my cousin's kids play Marco Polo. Harper's presence feels different in the morning light, as if she were glowing. Part of me wants to take credit for that, remembering how she came undone beneath my touch last night. The other part warns me not to read into it. She seems completely unfazed. Then the realization hits me. Maybe I'm the only one affected by what happened. Why does that bother me so much? Harper shifts beside me, her fingers suddenly fidgeting with her fingernails. About last night, we got carried away. I cut her off, keeping my voice neutral. It happens. It's normal. The last thing I want is Harper to overthink anything, especially since she seems to be in such good spirits. But then her lips curve into that razor-sharp and forced smile. Glad you think so. She brushes past me, her shoulder barely grazing mine. I'll check if breakfast is ready. I watch her walk away, frustration burning under my skin. Her casual dismissal shouldn't irritate me this much. What did I expect? That she'd make it mean something? I don't even want it to mean something. The kids' laughter echoes across the water as I turn back to the pool. I glance over my shoulder, but Harper's already gone. What the hell am I going to do? The closer I get to her, the harder she becomes to read. I wander through the estate's halls, my mind busy with Harper and why her mood switched so suddenly it seemed. But why am I stressing about this? It's pathetic. But then I wonder why it's pathetic to worry about her, which makes me flinch within myself. I hate that I care this deeply about something, or someone I should hold shallower emotions for. Emotions. They're messy, complicated things that destroy perfectly good arrangements. Look at my parents, for example. Mom claimed to love Dad once, but that love twisted her into someone unrecognizable. Now they barely speak unless it's about business or appearances. I grew up without love in the home, and turned out fine. More than fine, actually. I made me who I am. I built an entire empire with the drive I had acquired. What good would feelings do except complicate things? The sound of laughter draws me toward the kitchen. Harper stands there, chatting with Maria, our longtime housekeeper. I want to make things at least less uncomfortable for me, so I lean into the earlier blissful mood Harper had been in. There you are, I say, stepping close enough to press a kiss to her temple. Ready for the lake around 9? Her smile vanishes. Actually, I'm not feeling well. Might need to lie down. She presses her fingers to her temples. Maybe we should head back to the city early. What? I study her face, searching for signs of the woman who was laughing with the kids earlier. You seemed fine before. Headaches just happen. Her voice carries an edge sharp enough to cut. I'd like to go back, please. She looks pissed, and not from a headache. My jaw clenches. Fine, I'll let my mom know we're leaving. The return trip is stifling in its silence. Harper stares out the passenger window like she's trying to memorize every tree we pass. My fingers strangle the wheel as I sneak looks at her. My brain, already on high alert, is now going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I've never been one to obsess over anything that wasn't business-related or project-focused. But here I am, consumed with thoughts of Harper and how I've craved her touch well before yesterday evening. She seemed equally into it at the time, yet now she's sulking and furious. What the hell is this? How am I supposed to handle this mess without getting burned and somehow salvage what we had before this damn weekend?
Chapter 23. Harper. My office has always been my sanctuary, the one place where everything makes sense. The familiar hum of my computer and the crisp rustle of blueprints grounds me as I lose myself in work. 3 days since that night at the estate, and I've managed to dodge Lucas at every turn. I know he's getting frustrated, but work is the perfect excuse. There's always another meeting, another deadline, another reason to stay away from those piercing gray eyes that see too much. I tap my pen against the desk, studying the latest revisions for the Cultural Center project, when Killian bursts through my door like a hurricane in an expensive suit. Drop whatever you're doing. Important client meeting. Now. My stomach clenches. Who? Just get to the conference room. They asked only to speak to you. Killian's already backing out the door. Trust me, you want to be there for this one. I gather my tablet and straighten my blazer, a sense of dread building with each step toward the conference room. Please don't let it be Lucas. I can't handle real fight about our fake marriage right now. The door swings open, and my heart sinks. Damian Blackwell lounges in one of our leather chairs, his smile sharp as a blade. Everything about him screams polished predator, from his perfectly tailored suit to his precise charm. Harper Donovan, he purrs, rising to his feet. Or should I say, Mrs. Montgomery? My jaw clenches at his use of my married name. Lucas and Damian have been at each other's throats for years. Everyone in New York real estate and architecture knows their rivalry runs deep. The fact that he's here, in my office, sets off every warning bell I have. I don't think we have ever officially met. I'm Damian Blackwell. He extends his slick hand, and I fold my arms, keeping my expression neutral as I take a seat. Let's skip the pleasantries, Mr. Blackwell. Why would Lucas's rival want to meet with me? Damian's laugh fills the conference room, low and dangerous. You're direct. I like that. He leans forward, his perfectly manicured hands clasped on the table. Listen, I know about the marriage clause in the will for Lucas to keep the company. My heart stops in my chest as I feel my guts churn as I keep myself as impassive as I can. A little bird told me about your arrangement with Lucas. Ice spreads through my veins, but I'm able to maintain my composure. Arching an eyebrow, I simply state, there's no such thing. Of course not. His smile widens, reminding me of a shark circling its prey. Just like there's no clause in his grandfather's will about marriage. I press my fingernails into my palm under the table. What do you want? I have an offer for you. He reaches into his jacket, pulling out a sleek leather portfolio. A groundbreaking project in Europe, complete creative control, unlimited budget, your name on everything. My breath catches. The portfolio slides across the table toward me, its pages filled with renderings of a massive cultural complex that would make any architect salivate. What's the catch? Simple. Divorce Lucas. Back out of the Montgomery project. Damian's voice drops to a silky whisper. Think bigger, Harper. Why settle for New York when you could have the world? He places a business card on top of the portfolio, the metallic ink catching the light. All you'd have to do is leave Lucas. The global stage is set for you. I stare at the portfolio in front of me, my fingers tracing the edge of the pristine renderings. The format idea, it's everything I've ever dreamed of designing. Think about it, Harper, Damian says, his voice carrying the smooth confidence of someone used to getting his way. This could be your legacy. My legacy is just fine where it is. The words come out sharper than intended. He laughs, the sound grating against my nerves. Defending Lucas already? How touching. Tell me, what exactly is he offering you besides a temporary fix to his inheritance problem? You don't know anything about us. My grip tightens on the portfolio. I know enough. Damian leans back, studying me like I'm a particularly interesting puzzle. You're too smart to settle for being someone's convenient solution. The world stage is waiting for you. And all I have to do is betray my husband. The word feels strange on my tongue. Husband. I think this is the first time I've used that word. Consider it my Christmas gift to you. Damian stands and straightens his jacket. The choice is yours. But ask yourself, what are you really fighting for? The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me alone with the weight of his words and the business card that seems to burn against my palm as I look it over. I grab the portfolio and head back to my sanctuary where no eyes are on me, somewhere I can actually think. I reach my office and sink into my chair before tossing the card and pitch project to the side of my desk. I lay my head down and grapple with the truth I've been avoiding. It's finally catching up to me. The real reason Damien's offer terrifies me isn't about loyalty or contracts or professional integrity. It's about love. Somewhere between our verbal sparring matches and shared morning coffees, between his protective touches and those rare, genuine smiles, I've fallen in love with my husband. The realization sits heavy in my chest. Love. The one thing that wasn't supposed to be part of this arrangement, and possibly the only thing keeping me from reaching my dream on a scale that I had never even thought possible. The irony isn't lost on me that the very marriage meant to secure my future might be the thing holding me back because I've let my guard down, let him in. What a mess.
Chapter 24. Lucas. I sit in the dimly lit living room, the Christmas lights casting a soft glow across the space. The holiday music playing in the background doesn't seem to have the same warmth it did before, probably because it's missing one very important ingredient. The cheerful melodies of Silent Night mock the emptiness of our home. 5 days until Christmas, and Harper's been more ghost than wife lately. It's driving me insane. Every evening I've waited like this, watching shadows creep across the walls while my mind conjures up 1,000 scenarios. The clock ticks past 10 when I hear her key in the lock. My fingers drum against the leather armrest as she steps inside, looking exhausted but still stunning in her tailored suit. Even now she commands attention, her presence filling the room despite her petite frame. "You're still up," she says, dropping her keys in the bowl by the door. The familiar clink echoes through the space between us. I want to demand where she's been, why she's avoiding me. The normal Lucas would, but the moment I see her, the words die in my throat. Something in her expression makes me hesitate, makes me swallow my pride. Instead, I ask, "How was your day? Haven't seen you at the site." My voice comes out steady, masking the tension coiled inside me. "Been working from the office." She shrugs off her jacket and sets her bag down on the end table, not quite meeting my eyes. "The site doesn't need me there yet. You should drop by, check things out." I try to keep my tone casual, but there's an edge I can't quite hide. "I have full control of the project." Her voice carries that sharp, professional tone she uses in meetings. "I know what's going on." The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we're not saying. She shifts her weight, clearly ready to retreat to her room. "Why'd you wait up?" she asks finally. "We haven't talked in days." "I'm tired," she says, but then adds, "Though I could really use something sweet right now. I bought ice cream." The words come out faster than I intend. "That salted caramel you like." I catch a quick glimpse of her eyes lighting up. "Oh." I smirk. "Yeah, give me a sec." I grab 2 bowls from the kitchen and scoop generous portions of salted caramel ice cream into each one. "Pick something to watch," I call out, balancing the bowls as I return. "Oh my God, what is this?" Harper laughs, pointing at the TV screen where a couple runs through airport security. "Just leave it," I say, handing her a bowl. "Sometimes trash TV is exactly what you need." She takes a bite, raising an eyebrow. "Really? The big bad CEO watches rom-coms to decompress?" "Hey, I have layers." I settle beside her on the couch. "Like an onion." "Did you just quote Shrek at me?" She snorts, almost choking on her ice cream. "Maybe." I grin, reaching for another spoonful. "And you recognized it, so what does that say about you?" We fall into comfortable silence, occasionally laughing at the ridiculous plot twists. When there's only 1 spoonful left in my bowl, Harper's spoon darts in, trying to steal it, making me grin. Of course she'd try to snag the last bite. Even over something as simple as ice cream, she can't help but challenge me. "Oh, no, you don't." I pull the bowl away, but she's quick. "Come on, sharing is caring." She manages to get her spoon in, flicking ice cream onto my chin. "You did not just..." I grab her spoon, but she's already swiped another dollop, smearing it across my cheek. We wrestle for control of the spoon, laughing and tumbling off the couch. I land on my back, Harper sprawled on top of me, both of us breathing hard. Her face hovers inches from mine, and suddenly the laughter dies in my throat. Her eyes lock with mine, dark and intense, and I feel her breath catch. I pull away first, sitting up. We should clean this mess. Yeah, she says quickly, scrambling to her feet. I'm pretty tired anyway. Good night, Lucas. She disappears down the hall before I can respond, leaving me alone with sticky ice cream on my face and an unsatisfied ending to the night. My feet carry me halfway down the hall before I stop. The words catch in my throat. What would I even say? Her bedroom door clicks shut and I release a breath I didn't realize I was holding as I slink back to the living room to finish cleaning up. The way she looked at me, the way she ran. It's obvious she's developing feelings. And that's exactly what we promised wouldn't happen. What I can't let happen. Even if I forget it myself every time she walks into a room. I shake my head, trying to clear these thoughts as I head back to clean up our mess. Ice cream's probably melting into the carpet by now. As I bend, wipe up a drop of ice cream, I elbow her bag on the table accidentally, contents spilling over the floor. Damn it, I mutter, still distracted as I begin picking up her things. Then a business card catches my eye, crisp white cardstock with embossed lettering. Damien Blackwell. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. That bastard. Of all people, why does Harper have his card? The paper crumples in my fist as memories of every underhanded deal, every project he's tried to steal, every time he's attempted to undermine my company flash through my mind. And now he's reaching out to my wife. My blood runs hot, anger pulsing through my veins. What game is he playing? More importantly, why is Harper keeping this from me? I stare at her closed door, the crushed card still in my hand. What else isn't she telling me? Chapter 25. Lucas. The next day, I decide to go to Harper's work and pick her up for lunch to talk. I pace the parking lot of Harper's office building, my jaw clenching as I check my watch again, trying to not muddle my thoughts with paranoia. I'm trying not to get too wound up over this. There must be a simple explanation. But the business card I found burns in my pocket like a brand. Damien Blackwell. What game is he playing? The elevator doors ding and my head snaps up. My blood runs cold at what I see. Harper steps out, Damien right behind her, standing close enough that their shoulders brush. Too close. His hand hovers near the small of her back as he leans in to whisper something that makes her shake her head. Well, isn't this cozy? My voice cuts through the garage like a whip. Harper startles, her eyes widening as she spots me. Lucas? What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. I pull out Damien's card, holding it up. Care to explain this? Damien's smirk makes my fists clench. Lucas Montgomery. Always a pleasure. Stay out of this, I snarl, turning back to Harper. Is this why you've been coming home late? Running around with him behind my back? You're being ridiculous, Harper says, stepping toward me. Let's talk about this somewhere private. Private? Like your little meetings with him? I laugh, the sound harsh even to my ears. How long has this been going on? Did he offer you a better deal? Is that it? Lucas, stop! Harper reaches for my arm, but I jerk away, causing her to stumble backward. Damien steadies her, his hand on her elbow, and something in me snaps. Get your hands off my wife! I bark. What's your problem, Montgomery? Damien asks, stepping between us. Besides the obvious inability to control your temper. My fist connects with Damien's jaw before I can stop myself. Stay the hell away from her, I growl, the words tearing from my throat. Lucas, stop! Harper grabs my arm. I turn to her, my anger dissipating at the hurt in her eyes. Harper, I'm sorry, I reach for her, but she steps back, shaking her head. We'll talk at home, she says, her voice tight with disappointment. She looks at Damien as if she's going to apologize, but just bites her lip and walks away, her heels clicking against the concrete, each step feeling like a nail in my chest. Damien wipes blood from his lip, laughing. You really think she's yours? I know all about your little arrangement, Montgomery. The inheritance clause, the fake marriage, all of it. My blood runs hot the more the snake flicks his forked tongue about my life. Shut up. It's pathetic, really, he continues, his smirk growing. You can't keep anyone in your life, can you? Not your parents, not your grandfather, and certainly not Harper. Everyone leaves you in the end. I swing at him again, and this time he's ready. We crash into a car, trading blows like animals. The taste of copper fills my mouth as his fist catches my jaw, and I feel my head snap back against cold metal. Someone screams, probably one of the office workers leaving for the day. Security guards rush forward, their heavy footsteps echoing through the garage. But we're beyond stopping. My fists keep moving, driven by rage and years of pent-up fury. Police sirens pierce the air, getting louder with each passing second. Blue and red lights flash across the garage walls as officers pull us apart, their grip bruising on my arms. They cuff me, the metal digging into my wrists as they read my rights and guide me toward a squad car. My expensive suit is torn, blood staining the collar of my white shirt. Through the window I catch sight of Harper in the crowd, her expression devastating. The shame and embarrassment on her face sobers me up, and for the first time tonight, the gravity of what I've done hits me. I've become exactly what everyone expected, another rich jerk who can't control himself. The police car pulls away, and I slump against the seat, the full weight of my actions crashing down on me with the fade of adrenaline. As I sit in the public holding cell, I look around already knowing I shouldn't be here. It's only been 3 hours, but I expect to be here much longer until I can get my own funds to bail my out. God no, my family won't come. Not after what I did. From what I heard on the guard's TV in the next room, this brawl has made big news. And even if my family did show up, it would be them thinking I would owe them, so hell no to that scenario too. I hear a guard approaching with a jangle of keys. Lucas Montgomery. He opens the cell and I approach. Your bail's been posted. If it's any member of my fam, if you don't want my help, then fine. I hear Harper snap off to the side as she turns to leave. No, I thought it was other family, I say, trying to apologize, but she's already heading out the door. I follow her to the car. She isn't waiting or looking at me. Once I slide in, she tosses her phone at me, open to news pages and 2 magazines from the stand outside her office building. My face stares back at me from every news site, looking like the unhinged rich boy they always said I was. Montgomery airs violent outburst, screams one headline. CEO brawls in parking garage, declares another. Harper's silence fills the car like poison gas as we leave the police station. Her signature red lipstick is gone, replaced by tension lines around her mouth. She grips the steering wheel like she's strangling it. I brace myself for the impending confrontation once we get home, my conscience filling with not only guilt, but fear. In one swift move, I not only put my business in jeopardy, but I may have ruined things with Harper as well. And honestly, right now, that bothers me more.
Chapter 26. Harper. My fingers no longer have feeling in them from my death grip on the steering wheel. I am so pissed off, I can't even stand to be in the car with him right now. The rage of his knee-jerk reaction because of some pissing contest builds up, threatening to boil over before I get us home. To his place, I correct myself. Lucas is dead quiet, but I can't get there fast enough. Harper, let me explain. Don't. I press my foot on the gas, almost there. He does not want to have this conversation with me in the car. Hell, I don't. I'll absolutely lose control of the car and take us both out. My parking spot comes screaming into view. You don't know him, Dammy? Stop. I unbuckle my seatbelt, my movements sharp and controlled. You don't get to play the jealous husband when this isn't even real. Lucas simply stares at me as if I spoke a different language. Even more annoyed now, I get out of the car, leaving him alone to do whatever he thinks he's doing. I try not to run through the doors and up to his penthouse. Damn it. Harper. I'm almost to the door when his voice catches up to me. I can't do this right here. My hands shake as I open the door, threatening to rattle to bones with all my pent-up rage. I break through the threshold when Lucas reaches for me. Harper, just don't. My voice cuts through the air. You attack someone in broad daylight, in a public parking garage, with witnesses. The board's already calling for an emergency meeting. He was, what, talking to your wife? Is that a crime now? I spin on my heel and step toe-to-toe with him. You know what's ironic? I was telling him no when you showed up. My stomach drops. No to what? Does it matter? You didn't bother asking before you started throwing punches. The press is having a field day. Your company's stock dropped 15%. And for what? Because you saw me with another man? I found his card in your bag. So you went through my things? It fell out. He snaps. I jerk back like he's just struck me. I saw red, okay? The thought of him anywhere near you? You hurt me, I say, interrupting his defense. Not only physically, but my phone buzzes again with another notification. My guts twist even more. And my reputation. The media's having a field day with this. What were you doing with him in the first place? Lucas demands, pacing like a caged animal. Why were you so close? My phone lights up again. I hold it up, showing him the headline. Look, gold-digging floozy causes tycoon brawl. Do you know how that feels? Do you even care how this affects me? This defeats the whole reason for our arrangement in the first place. I didn't mean. Then what did you mean? I step closer, my hand shaking. What were you thinking when you threw that punch? Were you thinking about me? Or were you just so caught up in your own bruised ego? Lucas flinches, running a hand through his disheveled hair. His face is pale under the bruises. Why were you with Damien? Why are you so close to him? A hollow laugh escapes me. Do you even hear yourself? Damien offered me a project. I told him no this afternoon. If you would have asked, you would have known instead of assuming. I had it handled, and you went and destroyed everything anyway. My anger deflates, leaving only exhaustion. I said no because I respected you, because I trusted you, but you've never trusted me, have you? Harper, I'm sorry. I'll fix this. Stop. I hold up my hand, my voice quiet but firm. You can't fix this. You can't undo the damage you've done. I turn away, heading for the bedroom. I'm leaving. The zipper of my suitcase screams through the silence of the bedroom. My hands shake as I yank open drawers, pulling out everything I own. The Christmas music from downstairs filters up, making this whole scene feel surreal. I grab another handful of clothes, not even checking what they are. Just need to get out, Harper, please. Lucas's voice cracks behind me. Don't do this. Don't leave me. My hand's still over the suitcase. For a moment, I can't breathe. I've never heard him sound so broken. But I force myself to keep moving, shoving another stack of shirts into the case. His footsteps cross the room, and his hand wraps around my arm. Just give me a chance, he pleads, his voice raw against my ear. I'll do better. I'll change. His arms slide around my waist, pulling me back against his chest. His heart pounds against my spine. And God help me, I let myself lean into him for just a second. Let myself remember how it feels to be held by him. But I can't. I pull away, the movement harder than I anticipated. I can't, I whisper, my voice breaking. I turn to face him, tears burning my eyes. You push everyone away because of your baggage, And now, you've pushed me away too. This arrangement is over. His hands fall to his sides. His face crumples, and it's almost enough to break my resolve. Almost. I zip the suitcase closed and grab the handle. Each step toward the door feels like walking through concrete. The front door closes behind me with a final click. In my car, everything shatters. A scream tears from my throat, raw and primal. My hands grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ache. Tears blur my vision as sobs rack my body. I've fallen for him. God help me, I've fallen for him, even when I knew better. And now my heart is splintering into pieces at my lack of self-restraint and blindness to his selfishness. I knew better, and yet, my heart cries for me and Lucas anyway.
Chapter 27. Lucas. I slouch deeper into the couch, my eyes fixed on the muted TV screen where my face flashes between headlines about plummeting stocks. The whiskey bottle on the coffee table catches the dim light, half of its contents already burning in my gut. Damn, I mutter, running a hand through my unwashed hair. 2 days. 2 days since Harper walked out that door, and I still can't get the image out of my head. My phone buzzes again. I don't even look. What's another crisis to add to the pile? The company's in free fall. The board's probably planning my execution. And the only person I want to talk to won't answer my calls. I lift the glass to my lips, the whiskey barely registering anymore. You really screwed up this time. Harper's voice echoes in my head. You push everyone away because of your baggage. She was right. Of course she was right. I've spent so long building walls that I didn't notice when someone actually got through them. Now she's gone, and I'm sitting here realizing I love her. The thought is almost enough to sober me up. Almost. You idiot, I growl, slamming the glass down hard enough to splash whiskey onto the table. The sound echoes through the empty penthouse. You idiot. The click of heels against hardwood makes me freeze. It can't be. The door swings open, and there stands my mother, immaculate as always, taking in the disaster before her of both the room and me. Well, she says, her voice sharp as a blade. This is pathetic. Her face tightens as she surveys the wreckage of bottles and takeout containers littering my coffee table. The silence stretches between us, heavy with decades of unspoken words. Without warning, she strides to the windows and yanks the curtains open. Sunlight floods the room, stabbing at my eyes. What the hell are you doing? I growl, throwing up an arm to shield my face. She ignores me, methodically collecting empty bottles. The clink of glass against glass sends fresh waves of pain through my skull. I didn't ask for a cleanup crew. My voice comes out rough, hostile. No, you didn't, she says, her tone arctic. But someone has to pull you out of this, whatever this is. She waves a manicured hand at my disheveled state. Look at you. You're a mess. The gala is tomorrow and you're sitting here like... Don't. The word tears from my throat. Don't act like you care now. Her hand trembles slightly as she sets down a bottle. I push myself up from the couch, swaying slightly. Where was this concern when I was alone, huh? When Dad left and you followed him like a lovesick puppy? The words pour out, bitter and sharp, each one a poisoned arrow aimed at her heart. My hands clench into fists at my sides. I've held on to this forever, and now I see no point in holding back. Where were you for Christmas? Birthdays? Graduation? You were too busy trying to be the perfect wife for a man who didn't even love you. My mother's jaw tightens, but she remains silent, letting me rage. The lack of response only fuels the inferno burning inside me, decades of abandonment crystallizing into pure fury. You should have just... My voice cracks traitorously, and I turn away, running shaking fingers through my hair. The expensive whiskey fuels my mission, ready to get this out and in the open. You should have just aborted me. You never even wanted me in the first place. So why are you here? Why do you care now when you never did before? When you left me alone in that mansion with nothing but the staff and grandfather's disappointment for company. The silence fills the room like smoke until her whisper breaks it. Because I regret it. I turn back, my anger faltering at the sight of tears tracking down her face. My mother's voice cracks as she speaks. I was a terrible mother. I know that. I know I failed you, Lucas. The whiskey glass trembles in my hand as she takes a shaky breath, wiping at her cheeks with perfectly manicured fingers. And I hate myself for it, every single day. Her eyes meet mine, raw and red-rimmed. But you weren't a mistake. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and I was too blind to see it. I set the glass down, afraid I might drop it. My mother has never showed this amount of depth, real or not. She steps closer, her hands shaking. I can't take back the past, and I don't expect you to forgive me. But I can't stand here and watch you throw your life away because of my mistakes. Her voice grows stronger, more determined. Don't be like me, Lucas. Don't let your pride and your fear ruin everything. It took too long for me to apologize to you. The fight drains out of me, leaving exhaustion in its wake. I sink back onto the couch, burying my face in my hands. It's too late. Harper doesn't want to see me. She ended things. It's the end of our agreement. The couch dips as my mother sits beside me. Her tone is gentle but firm. It's only too late if you let it be. I look up, my vision blurry. She offers a small smile, brushing my hair back like she used to when I was small. She loves you. I can see it. Woman to woman, I know she does. Hope flickers in my chest, small but bright. I stand up, suddenly energized. I need to see her. Before I can move, my mother's hand catches my arm. Not like this, she says, eyeing my disheveled appearance with a critical gaze. If you're going to fight for her, you need to look your best. I pause, then nod. For the first time in days, I feel focused, clear-headed. Well, maybe that part will come later after I sober up. My mother rises, straightening her jacket with a familiar gesture. Let's get to work then. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 28. Harper. The cursor blinks at me, mocking my inability to focus on the CAD design in front of me. My fingers hover over the keyboard, but my mind keeps drifting to stormy gray eyes and that infuriating smirk. Stop it, I mutter to myself, reaching for my coffee. It's cold, perfect. Even my coffee matches my mood. The office buzzes with activity around me, each voice seeming to drill into my skull. 2 junior architects walk past my desk, their whispers carrying just loud enough for me to hear. Did you see the latest headline? Yeah, I can't believe she... I straighten my spine, and they scurry away. My hands shake as I minimize the design software, unable to focus on the intricate details of the Skyline project. Lucas's face keeps appearing in my mind, as much as I don't want it to. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, how he'd unconsciously reach for me whenever I entered a room. "Stupid," I whisper, pressing my palms against my eyes. "You weren't supposed to fall for him." The wedding ring still sits heavy on my finger. I should take it off, but something stops me every time I try. Behind me, someone snickers. I don't need to turn around to know they're watching, waiting for me to crack. The headlines have been brutal this week, each one worse than the last. A sharp rap on my desk makes me jump. "My office, now." Killian's voice is urgent and commanding. I involuntarily gulp. I stand, smoothing my blazer, keeping my chin high as I follow him. The whispers follow me down the hallway, but I refuse to let them see me flinch. I've worked too hard to let office gossip break me now. I walk into his office swiftly behind him and sit across from Killian, my spine rigid as he leans back in his leather chair. The ticking of his pretentious wall clock echoes in the silence. He's making me wait, a power play I've seen him use countless times before. "Look, Harper, I'll cut to the chase." He steeples his fingers. "Whatever's going on in your personal life, it's bleeding into your work. Deadlines are slipping. Mistakes are being made." "None of that's true," I snap, my fingers digging into the armrests. Every project I've touched has been perfect, despite the chaos in my personal life. He waves off my protest like an annoying fly. "The company's image is affected, and if this continues, I may have—" "You'll what?" The words tear from my throat. "Suspend me? Fire me?" His brow furrows, clearly thrown by my defiance. "I don't want it to come to that, but you need to get your act together. Your drama is becoming everyone's problem." Something snaps inside me. My drama. I lean forward, my voice sharp with a buildup of tension from him. "You didn't seem to care when Mark had an affair with his secretary, and his wife showed up here screaming bloody murder. That was a spectacle. But my broken heart is suddenly a company crisis." Killian's mouth opens and closes like a fish out of water. I stand, my chair scraping against the floor. "You know what? Don't bother. I quit." I storm out, ignoring the startled faces of my coworkers as I sweep past their desks. My hands shake as I gather my things, shoving them into my bag with jerky movements. I have to get out of here. In the elevator, I catch my reflection in the mirrored walls. My chest heaves with each breath, and I watch as my carefully constructed facade begins to crack. The anger and humiliation I've been holding back threatens to spill over, and I can't have that, not here. But seriously, screw this place. I push through the revolving doors, my head held high despite the whispers that follow me. My confidence soon falters as I spot the crowd gathered outside. Something's off. The usual rush of pedestrians has slowed to a curious shuffle, people gathering like moths to a flame, and there he is. Lucas stands tall among the onlookers, crimson roses clutched in his hand. His usually pristine suit shows signs of waiting. A slight wrinkle here, a crooked tie there. Those eyes lock onto mine, and my traitor heart skips. "Harper." His voice carries across the space between us, rich and deep and far too familiar. "I need to talk to you." I cross my arms, my silver watch catching the afternoon light. "You couldn't call? Text?" "No, you had to show up here and make a scene." A sad smile plays at his lips. "I tried, but you didn't answer." My retort dies in my throat. He's right. I'd ignored every call, every message. "I wanted you to see how serious I am." He takes a step forward. "Harper, I messed up. I didn't realize what I had, what I lost, until it was too late, but I'll do whatever it takes to fix this." The crowd's murmurs grow louder. Heat creeps up my neck as I realize we've become today's entertainment. "You shouldn't have come here." I hiss through clenched teeth. If you think I'm going to forgive you just because you made this public, you're wrong. He extends the roses. When I don't move to take them, he lets them hang at his side. I'm not asking you to forgive me now. I'm asking you to let me prove that I'm worth forgiving, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait, because I love you, Harper. I always have. I was too blind to see it before. My throat tightens as I spin on my heel, making a beeline for my car. You don't get to do this, I mutter. A man who commands boardrooms with a single look, who never shows weakness, stands vulnerable before a crowd of strangers. For me, my hands shake as I unlock my car door. Through the rearview mirror, I catch sight of him. He hasn't moved, the bouquet hanging limply at his side as he watches my car. My chest constricts, emotions warring within me. Does he think it will be that easy? I grip the steering wheel, telling myself that it can't be. He can't always get what he wants. But my tears sting my face anyway as I drive away.
Chapter 29. Lucas. I stare at my reflection, adjusting my tie for the 100th time. The silk fabric presses against my throat like a noose, but I force myself to keep it neat. Perfect. Everything has to be perfect tonight. The cologne I picked, Harper's favorite, fills my nose, but instead of giving me confidence, it just reminds me of her absence. Christmas music drifts up from the street below, the cheerful melodies a stark contrast to the emptiness of my penthouse. Not tonight, I murmur to my reflection, smoothing down the lapels of my tuxedo. Not anymore. I've lost enough. I'll win her back, prove that my love isn't just words thrown into the wind. The December air bites at my face as I step outside, sliding into the back of the waiting limo. The empty seat beside me feels like an accusation. At the gala, crystal chandeliers cast everything in warm gold, making the crowd's fake smiles seem genuine. I paced on my own practiced smile, shaking hands and nodding at the right moments. Lucas, where's that lovely wife of yours? Margaret Chen, one of our board members, asks. Her eyes gleam with barely concealed interest. She's unwell. I lie smoothly, though the words taste like ash. Her health comes first. Margaret's lips curl into a knowing smirk. She pats my arm with false sympathy. Of course, dear. We all understand. Even though I'm miserable, at least it's a distraction. People are casting their fake interest in my false story as they all murmur the moment I walk away. I look at my watch. Only about an hour has passed. Okay, 30 more minutes and I'm calling it, I whisper to myself before renewing my whiskey. Just as one of our clients comes to ask about Harper, as if she doesn't already know. The temperature in the room seems to drop suddenly. I turn toward the entrance, and there he is. Damien Blackwell looking like the cat that ate the canary. The balls on this prick. The room hushes as Damien saunters in, and my grip tightens around the crystal tumbler. I focus on the burn of whiskey against my tongue, anything to keep from reacting to his presence. Happy holidays, Lucas. His voice carries across the space between us, dripping with false warmth. Damien. I keep my tone neutral, professional. The crystal feels fragile under my grip. How's the company? Damien's smirk makes me want to wipe the floor with him, but I refuse to make the same mistakes as before. To my delight, Damien seems bothered that I do nothing but smile and say, "Fine, thank you." He moves closer, invading my space with deliberate precision. The scent of his expensive cologne mingles with the festive potpourri, making me want to throw up right on his Italian shoes. But that would be a waste of good whiskey. Harper's not talking to you, is she? His words slice through my composure. He leans in, voice dropping to a whisper. She just accepted my offer. She's leaving for Europe tonight. A fresh start, away from you. His chuckle sets my teeth on edge. She might not even come back. My blood turns cold. The room spins slightly, but I force my expression to remain impassive. The crystal in my hand threatens to shatter. "If you'll excuse me," I manage, shouldering past him. The crowd parts as I stride toward the exit. I hear someone call out to me asking where I'm going, but there's nothing about to stop me from finding out if that snake is full of it or not. My hands shake as I pull out my phone, hitting speed dial. "Find Harper!" I bark at my secretary. "Now!" I hope to God he's lying. The winter air hits my face as I burst through the doors, but I barely feel it. I get into my limo and my phone vibrates with information. Flight information. The bastard was right, and it's all my fault. "Home, sir?" "No, the airport, and step on it." The driver weaves through the Christmas Eve traffic and falling snow as if this wasn't his first urgent matter. "Remind me to always have you as my driver," I remark. The engine roars in protest as he cuts between cars in response. The words keep echoing in my head. Harper. Leaving. France. "Come on, move!" I growl at the sea of brake lights stretching ahead. A delivery truck blocks the intersection, bringing everything to a standstill. "Screw this. Mr. Montgomery, I'm sorry, but with the car, I'm blocked in." "No worries, James. You got me close in a quick amount of time. Thank you." I pat him on the shoulder as I leap out of the limo, my dress shoes hitting the pavement hard. The cold December air burns my lungs as I run, dodging between frustrated drivers and holiday shoppers. A street vendor catches my eye. He's securing his bicycle with a chain. Without hesitation, I sprint over, yanking my wallet from my jacket. "How much?" I demand, pulling out bills. The vendor's eyes widen. "Sir, this isn't—" I shove a wad of cash into his hands. "I need it, now." "But keep the change," I say, throwing $200 bills at him, grabbing the bike before he can protest further, my legs already pumping the pedals. The cold wind whips at my face as I weave through traffic, my breath coming in sharp bursts. My thighs burn from the effort, but I push harder. The airport can't be more than a mile away. I burst through the terminal doors, nearly colliding with a family dragging their luggage. My shoes squeak against the polished floor as I scan the crowd desperately. "Harper!" My voice cracks as I shout, "Harper!" The overhead speaker crackles to life. "Flight 2473 to Paris has departed." I pull out my phone, checking the flight number my secretary sent. It matches. My legs give out, and I stumble against a pillar, the sharp ache in my chest having nothing to do with the bike ride. She's gone.
Chapter 30. Harper. I stand at the gate, my boarding pass a dead weight in my hand. Around me, holiday travelers buzz with excitement, their chatter about Christmas plans and New Year celebrations, mixing with carols from overhead speakers. A massive Christmas tree towers nearby, dripping with silver and gold ornaments that catch the fluorescent lights. "Last call for Flight 2473 to Paris." The intercom crackles. My fingers tighten around my carry-on strap until my knuckles ache. The gate attendant waves, gesturing for me to step forward. "This is stupid," I mutter, shifting my weight. I sound and feel as bitter as Scrooge. Part of me just wants to say humbug and call it a year. A child squeals with delight somewhere behind me, and I close my eyes against the wave of memories that hit me. Lucas laughing at my attempt to make breakfast, the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles, how he always steals my broccoli without asking. The ring on my finger catches the light, and my chest tightens. Everything we built together like the Skyline Project, our morning routines, the quiet moments when neither of us needed to speak. All of it would all disappear the moment I stepped through that gate. "Mrs. Montgomery?" The attendant's voice cuts through my thoughts. "We need to close the gate." I stare at my boarding pass, at the printed destination that promises a fresh start, but fresh starts shouldn't feel like giving up. They shouldn't taste like regret before they even begin. I can't, I whisper, then louder. I can't. I turn away from the gate, leaving Paris and my own escape behind. I move through the terminal as Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You plays overhead. The lyrics hit differently now, each word a sharp reminder of everything that I thought I had. My carry-on feels heavier with each step, weighted down by memories of Lucas. I swipe at my eyes, smudging my carefully applied mascara. Some architect I am. I can design buildings that touch the sky, but I can't build walls strong enough to keep him out of my heart. I know I should feel more regret at letting my last chance at my dream future just leave without me. But all I experience is heaviness for a whole different reason. The realization hits me for the first time as I survey the bustling airport. All around me, families embrace, lovers exchange goodbye kisses, and here I stand, alone. I was prepared to sacrifice everything, the warmth of human connection, the magic of the holiday season, everything, all for the pursuit of my career. But now, the life I thought I wanted no longer seems worth the price I would have paid. That's why I couldn't do it. My fingers trace the ring I still haven't taken off. Lucas's ring, the one he had custom made, proving he'd thought about me, considered me, long before I'd realized he'd gotten under my skin. The terminal bustles with holiday travelers, their excitement a stark contrast to the hollow ache in my chest. A child races past, wearing reindeer antlers that light up, and I remember Lucas's face when I made him wear that ridiculous reindeer nose at the mall. I know I need to get back home. But why? It's empty and cold with nothing there to greet me but an empty fridge. I pause near a massive Christmas tree, its ornaments reflecting the fluorescent lights like stars. I want to find the Christmas spirit this year, but it's unusually hard this year. Then, through the fractured reflections, I spot a familiar figure, and my breath catches. Lucas stands in the middle of the terminal, looking nothing like the polished CEO I'm used to seeing. His tux is wrinkled, dark patches of sweat staining the expensive fabric. His hair sticks up at odd angles, like he's been running his hands through it repeatedly. He looks lost, defeated, everything the great Lucas Montgomery should never be. Then, as if pulled by some invisible force, he turns. His eyes meet mine across the crowded terminal, and the world stops spinning. The crowd seems to fade away, the bustling terminal becoming a distant hum. My breath catches as I watch Lucas's expression transform, relief and disbelief washing over his features. His usually perfect hair is disheveled, his clothes a hot mess, but the brightness in his eyes starts to glow back. He takes one hesitant step toward me, then another, like he's afraid I might disappear. "Why didn't you go?" His voice is low, barely above a whisper when he reaches me. I open my mouth, but the words tangle in my throat. I wasn't expecting him here, and I damn sure wasn't expecting the vulnerability etched across his face. "I was going to step down tonight," he says, his voice trembling as he continues. "From the company, from everything." He runs a hand through his hair, making it even messier. "I don't care about the inheritance, Harper. I don't care about any of it if it means losing you. If I can prove to you how much I love you by refusing my inheritance, I'll do it." His hand finds mine, his grip firm but gentle, causing my heart to quicken. "I don't know how to love the right way," he continues, his smoky gray eyes gazing deeply, invasively into mine. "But I know I love you. I'll stumble, I'll fall, but I'll fight for you, Harper. Just give me the chance." My heart shatters and rebuilds itself in the space of a breath. Tears spill down my cheeks as I nod, my voice breaking. "Okay." I step forward, pulling him into a kiss, my fingers tangling in his messy hair. The airport erupts in applause around us. The growing spectators had happened without me even realizing, Strangers cheer and clap as we stand beneath a mistletoe decoration hanging from the ceiling. And this time, I didn't care, because for the first time in weeks, I feel the warmth of Christmas in my heart.
Chapter 31. Lucas. My heart races as I unlock the front door of the penthouse. Harper's presence behind me, a comforting warmth I never thought I'd feel again. As the door swings open, I step aside to let Harper in first. I follow her inside, the door closing behind us with a soft thud. The ride from the airport was a blur of touching, kissing, and the overwhelming need to be as close to her as possible. But there's a promise of something more here, in the quiet sanctuary of our shared space. "Welcome home," I say, my voice low, almost a whisper. The words feel right, settling in the air between us. Home. It's not just a place anymore. It's her. It's us. Harper turns to face me, her dark eyes reflecting a vulnerability that mirrors my own. "It feels like home now," she admits, her hand reaching out to gently touch my arm. I take a step closer, closing the distance between us. My hand finds her cheek, my thumb brushing against the softness of her skin. "I'm sorry," I breathe out, the apology long overdue. "For everything. For not seeing what was right in front of me." She leans into my touch, her eyes never leaving mine. "I let my fears control me. I let you down." Harper's hand covers mine, holding it against her face. "We're here now," she says, her words a balm to my wounded soul. "That's what matters." Without another word, she leads me toward the bedroom, our footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. The room is bathed in soft moonlight filtering through the windows, casting long shadows across the silk sheets. Harper moves toward the edge of the bed, her fingers tracing the delicate fabric. She sits, her gaze flickering between me and the floor, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I kneel before her, my heart pounding in my chest. This woman has become my world, my everything, and I've come so close to losing her. "You're everything to me," I confess, my voice barely above a whisper, but I keep messing it up. Her eyes meet mine, understanding and compassion shining in their depths. "We'll figure it out together," she assures me, her hand reaching out to gently squeeze my shoulder. "I need you to know that I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'll step down from the company, give up the inheritance if that's what it takes to be with you." Harper's eyes widen in surprise. "Lucas, you don't have to." I silence her with a gentle shake of my head. "No, let me finish. This is about what I want for once, not about meeting anyone else's expectations. It's you I want, Harper. I'm in love with you." The words tumble out in a rush, as if they've been struggling for release for ages. Her dark eyes flare with surprise, widening and brightening in an instant. I ready myself for a potential rebuff, knowing I've taken a risk by laying my heart bare. Yet her lips curve into a slow, soft smile that seems to grow more radiant by the second. A spark of hope ignites within me. "I love you too." Our lips meet in a kiss that feels like it's been years in the making. Her mouth is soft and yielding, her breath mingling with mine as our tongues dance. My hands find their way into her short, jet-black hair, the strands cool and silky against my fingers. Harper's hands clutch at my shoulders, her nails digging through the fabric of my shirt, pulling me closer as if she's afraid I might disappear if she lets go. We stumble backward, the world outside the penthouse fading into oblivion as we fall back onto the bed. The sheets are cool and crisp against my skin, but they quickly grow warm from the heat of our bodies entwined together. Harper's hands explore the contours of my chest, her touch both curious and assured, like an architect mapping out the blueprint of a grand design. I'm struck by the thought that this woman with her sharp mind and sharper wit has managed to claim a spot in my heart that I had long thought sealed off. "You're all I want," I murmur against her lips, my voice hoarse with emotion. "Everything else can wait." She responds with a soft, throaty chuckle that sends a shiver down my spine. "I'm counting on that," she says, her dark eyes gleaming with unspoken promises.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 32. Harper. I stir, my body warm and content against Lucas's solid frame. His arm drapes possessively across my waist, his breathing deep and steady against my neck. I blink away sleep, turning carefully to study his face. In slumber, the hard lines of his usual stern expression soften. Dark lashes rest against his cheeks, and his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow catches the morning light. He always looks so put together, even like this, and I love him for it. This is perfect. This is everything. Best Christmas morning ever. The vibration of my phone breaks through my appreciative bliss. I groan, stretching to reach it on the nightstand. The screen lights up, and my stomach drops at Damien's name. "Why didn't you go?" "Are you stupid?" The words leave me rattled and pissed all at once. My fingers tremble slightly as I lock the phone, exhaling sharply. I am not spending my Christmas this way. This needs to end now. I start to swing my legs off the bed, but pause. The promises made last night suddenly flood back to be when I glance at Lucas. The trust. I can't handle this alone, not anymore. Turning back, I place my hand on Lucas's shoulder. "Lucas," I whisper, keeping my voice gentle but urgent. His eyes flutter open. A sleepy smile crosses his face, making me want to forget about Damien and just lay here with him all day in these sheets. "Morning," he murmurs, pulling me closer for a kiss. I press my fingers to his lips, forcing myself to stop him. "We need to go. It's about Damien." I watch Lucas's expression darken as he processes my words. His jaw clenches, muscles tensing beneath the sheets. "Damien? Harper, no, I don't like this. It'll be quick." I keep my voice steady and professional, the same tone I use in boardroom negotiations. "You can wait in the car. You'll see me the whole time through the window." I just need to make things clear to him. Lucas sits up, running his hand through his already tousled hair. The morning light catches the sharp angles of his face, highlighting his concern. I don't trust him. "Trust me," I say, meeting his angry eyes. "Please." The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken worry. Finally, Lucas sighs, his shoulders dropping slightly. "Fine, but if anything happens, and I mean anything, I'm coming in." We dress quickly. Me in a tailored black pantsuit, him in yesterday's clothes. The drive to the coffee shop is tense, Lucas's fingers drumming against his thigh the entire way. I park directly in front of the shop's large windows. Perfect view. Turning to Lucas, I squeeze his hand. "Stay here. You can see everything, and you have my permission to come charging in if things get ugly." I lean over, pressing my lips to his in a deep kiss, trying to convey everything I can't say. The coffee shop's bell chimes as I enter. The rich aroma of freshly ground beans fills my nose, but my attention fixes on Damien, slouched in a corner booth. His usual polished appearance is rumpled, eyes bloodshot, clearly nursing a hangover from whatever Christmas Eve party he attended. Hope it was worth it. His lips curl into a sneer. Took you long enough. I slide into the seat across from him, keeping my spine straight. What do you want, Damien? What do I want? He leans forward, voice sharp. I want to know why you backed out. You signed a contract. Do you have any idea what you've done to my reputation? I'll pay for the flight. But that's it. I'm not going to Europe. And I'm not working for you. I meet his gaze steadily. And I did nothing to your reputation. His bitter laugh echoes through the half-empty shop. You think it's that simple? You owe me, Harper. You're going to regret this. I don't flinch, letting my voice drop to ice. No, Damien. You're going to regret this. As I've said, I haven't done anything to your reputation. Yet. His face pales, hand tightening around his coffee mug. You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? I lean forward, keeping my voice low but sharp. My fingers tap against the coffee table, a steady rhythm that matches my racing heart. Killian was quite smug about it last night before my flight. He thought I was on your side, but now I'm here. And I'm done playing your games. The color drains from Damien's face as understanding dawns. His composure cracks, and suddenly he lunges across the table. His fingers wrap around my wrist with bruising force, making me wince. You're going to regret crossing me. The door slams open with enough force to rattle the windows. Lucas strides in, his expression murderous. Every inch the powerful CEO I know him to be. Get your hands off her. Damien barely turns before Lucas's fist connects with his jaw. The impact sends him sprawling across the floor, knocking over an empty chair. Lucas is at my side instantly, his hands gentle on my shoulders as he examines me for injuries. Are you okay? I'm fine. I manage, my voice shakier than I'd like. Damien struggles to his feet, swaying slightly. His movements are uncoordinated, betraying his hangover. You think you can just walk in here and... Lucas's second punch cuts him off mid-sentence. How dare you touch my wife? His voice drops to a dangerous growl that sends goosebumps racing over my skin. The coffee shop falls silent, except for Damien's pain groans. When the police arrive, Lucas and I give our statements with practiced efficiency. Damien's lawyer shows up at the station, but Lucas doesn't back down. We're pressing charges, he states firmly. Outside, reporters swarm us like hungry piranhas, shouting questions about our relationship status. Lucas wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me close. We're madly in love, he announces, his voice carrying over the crowd. The rumors about our marriage being fake were completely fabricated. He turns to me, his expression softening. Let's go home, he whispers, guiding me toward the car.
Chapter 33. Lucas. I watched the news unfold on the massive screen in my office, each revelation about Damien hitting like a sledgehammer. Budget cuts, bribery, smuggling, a bridge collapse that could have killed hundreds. It's worse than I thought, I mutter, shaking my head. The coffee in my hand has gone cold, forgotten as the headlines scroll past. My phone buzzes. It's my lawyer. Mr. Montgomery, there's something you should know. Your wife. She's the new owner of Blackwell Industries. What? The word comes out sharp. My mind races with the news. It can't be true. I would know, right? Besides, how could Harper pull this off? It's Damien's company. As if summoned by my thoughts, Harper appears in my doorway, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She's wearing that navy suit I love, the one that makes her look like she could conquer the world. Right now, I'm starting to think she has. Surprise, she says, sauntering into my office with a glance at the news. I've been collecting evidence for months. Damien had quite the paper trail. You didn't tell me. Where's the fun in that? She perches on my desk, close enough that I catch the faint scent of her perfume. Besides, I needed to handle this carefully. Damien's been stealing from some dangerous people. I offered him a deal. Sell me the company, and I'd only provide evidence for the lesser charges. Just enough for a few years in prison, not enough to get him killed. I stand, moving closer to her. You brilliant, terrifying woman. She tilts her chin up, challenging. Scared? Impressed? I cup her face in my hands and kiss her, pouring all my admiration and love into it. When we break apart, I can't help but grin. We should get ready for dinner with my mother tonight. Or, her eyebrow arches, or I could make an excuse to skip it and we could stay here. Naked. I trail kisses down her neck. Your choice. She laughs softly. I vote on getting ready. I have to start actually trying to get on your mother's good side now, since you're officially working on your relationship. I'll drop that too if it means I can stay here naked with you. Harper playfully slaps my arm as she turns to go take a shower. The soft click of heels against the floor makes me look up from adjusting my tie. My breath catches as Harper steps into our bedroom, wearing a black dress that hugs every curve. The sight of her stops my thoughts dead in their tracks. You're beautiful, I say, pulling her into my arms. The silk of her dress is cool against my palms as I draw her close. She fidgets with her earrings, her fingers playing with the diamonds. I'm nervous. I can't help but chuckle, cupping her face in my hands. Don't be. It's just dinner. My mother doesn't bite. Your mother's opinion matters now, she says, leaning into my touch. You two are finally rebuilding your relationship. I don't want to mess that up. You won't. I press a kiss to her forehead. Trust me. The drive to Le Bernardin is quiet, but Harper's hand stays linked with mine, her thumb occasionally stroking my knuckles. When we arrive, my mother's already waiting at our table, looking elegant as ever in a deep burgundy dress that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary. You look lovely, Harper, my mother says, standing to greet us with that perfect society smile I know so well. But there's a warmth now. Thank you, Mrs. Montgomery. Harper's voice carries that quiet confidence I've come to admire. Please, call me Tessa. My mother waves away the formality. The evening flows easier than I expected. My mother shares stories from my childhood, the few good ones, and Harper's laughter fills the air. It's genuine and infectious, making even the stick-in-the-mud couple at the next table crack a smile. And then Lucas decided to. My mother's voice cuts off as the restaurant plunges into darkness. What's happening? Harper's voice comes from beside me, her hand finding my arm in the darkness. Is it a blackout? A smile spreads across my face. Everything is going according to plan. A string of soft lights flickers on, casting a warm glow around us. My heart pounds as I drop to one knee in front of Harper. The diamond ring in my hand catches the light, throwing sparkles across her face. Her hands fly to her mouth, eyes widening. I can see tears gathering at the corners, and my own vision blurs slightly. Harper, I begin, my voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm me. Will you marry me? For real this time? Tears stream down her face as she nods, her hands trembling. Yes, she whispers, then louder. Yes, I'll marry you. The restaurant erupts in applause as I slide the ring onto her finger. My mother appears beside us, pulling Harper into a tight embrace. Welcome to the family, Mom says, her own eyes glistening. Officially this time? Were you in on this too? Harper asks through nervous laughter and happy tears as my mother hugs her. Well, you don't think Lucas could be this romantic all by himself? She winks. Harper laughs through her tears, examining the ring. It's beautiful, even more than the first one. You can keep that one too, I say, pulling her close. But expect something different for the wedding band. Different how? She asks, wrapping her arms around my neck. I smirk. You'll see. She kisses me then, soft and sweet, tasting of champagne and happiness. When we break apart, I see something new in her eyes, a peace I've never noticed before. The fierce competitiveness that usually burns there has softened into something warmer, more content, unguarded. I love you, she whispers against my lips. I love you too, I murmur back, holding her close as the lights slowly brighten around us.
Chapter 34. Harper. I peeked through the window, my breath catching at the sight of the garden below. Spring sunlight dapples the grass, and the air carries the sweet scent of blooming flowers through the partially open window. 3 months ago, I was officially engaged to my husband. Now we are having a real wedding to celebrate us, something I never thought possible for Lucas and I. Yet, here we are. You're not supposed to be looking, Tessa says, adjusting my pearl necklace, her wedding gift. It's bad luck. We're already married, I remind her, but step away from the window anyway. Technically. This one's real, she says, her eyes softening. And you look perfect. The string quartet's warm-up notes drift up from below. I catch my reflection in the full-length mirror, hardly recognizing myself. My pixie cut is styled in soft curls, and the pearl earrings catch the light as I turn my head. The dress flows around me like liquid silk, nothing like the simple one from our first wedding. 5 minutes, Walter, our lead architect, calls through the door. Everyone's ready? My hands tremble slightly as I smooth non-existent wrinkles from my dress. The intimacy of this moment strikes me as I realize it's just our closest friends and family. The people who've stood by us through everything that are here to share this moment with us. The intimacy makes me even more emotional. Harper, Tessa squeezes my hand. He's waiting. The quartet begins to play, and I take a deep breath. As I step out of the room, the music swells, drowning out the sound of my thunderous heartbeat. The garden path stretches before me, lined with spring flowers. And there he is. Lucas stands at the altar, his eyes finding mine instantly. The look on his face is one of pure adoration and unguarded love. It's intense and makes my breath catch. This is real. This is ours. I stand before Lucas, my hands trembling slightly in his. The spring breeze carries the sweet scent of the flowers around us, but I barely notice it. All I can focus on is him as he begins his vows. Harper, his voice is steady but thick with emotion. Before you, I thought I knew what strength was. I thought it meant never letting anyone in. You taught me that real strength is having the courage to be vulnerable, to trust, to love without holding back. My eyes feel threatened with the possibility of tears at his words. Then, I catch Tessa in the front row, dabbing at her eyes. She sits alone, but there's a newfound peace in her expression since leaving Lucas's father. The pride in her eyes as she watches her son makes my own vision blur with tears. I take a deep breath, steadying my voice. Lucas, you've shown me that sometimes the greatest designs aren't the ones we plan, but the ones that take us by surprise. You broke through every wall I built, every defense I thought I needed. I promise to keep choosing you, trusting you, loving you. Not because I have to, but because I want to. I made it through without crying, but one tear does escape down my cheek. When the officiant pronounces us husband and wife, Lucas pulls me close. His kiss is tender but possessive, making my knees weak. I wish I could show you how happy you make me, he whispers against my lips. I smile up at him, my fingers tracing his jaw. You already have. As we mingle with our guests, I can't help but steal glances at him, the way his tailored suit accentuates his broad shoulders, the commanding presence that draws everyone's attention. But what makes my heart race is the way his eyes constantly seek me out, filled with such raw devotion it takes my breath away. I've never had anyone love me so much. He catches me staring and pulls me close. I'm a lucky one, he says low and husky in my ear. Thank you for not giving up on me, for breaking down those walls until I could let you in. As we finish eating, the tables get cleared. The garden transforms into a dance floor as night falls, strings of lights twinkling overhead like stars. Lucas leads me to the center, his hand warm and steady against my lower back. The scent of jasmine and roses mingles with his cologne as we sway to the music. Remember when you hated my Christmas decorations? I tease, resting my head against his chest. His laugh rumbles through me. I never hated them. I just pretended to. Liar. I smile as he spins me out, then pulls me back against him. We have more money than we could ever spend, but watching him laugh with Tessa earlier, seeing the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. These are the treasures I never knew I needed, the ones no amount of success could buy. Lucas twirls me again, and I catch glimpses of our guests, Walter raising his glass, Tessa dabbing at her eyes again. The music wraps around us like silk, and my heart feels full and content. This is more than I ever dreamed. This is everything. As the night winds down, Lucas pulls me closer, his lips brushing my ear. You look stunning in that dress. His voice drops lower, rougher, though I can't wait to rip it off of you. My body tenses and nerves stand at attention as his hand slides lower on my back. The music has slowed to gentle, dreamy melodies, but my heart is doing its own dance. I hope it was expensive, he continues, his fingers tracing patterns on my skin through the silk. Because this dress deserves to be remembered. His touch sends shivers down my spine, awakening every nerve ending. I can barely focus on the remaining guests or the twinkling lights above us. All I can think about is him. I grab his tie, tugging him closer. Want to get out of here? I whisper, already knowing his answer from the intensity. His eyes darken with promise. Lead the way, Mrs. Montgomery. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 35. Lucas. I stand by the window, the tie I've worn all day now loosened, the top buttons of my shirt undone. I can't help but feel like the luckiest man alive. I turn, my eyes meeting Harper's, and the world seems to stand still. The room is a sanctuary of warmth and soft light, the flickering candles casting a golden hue that seems to dance across Harper's skin. She stands there, a vision in white, her wedding dress a delicate confection that hugs her curves before cascading to the floor. The scent of roses and vanilla lingers in the air, a sweet reminder of the vows we exchanged just hours ago. "You're beautiful," I whisper, the words rough with emotion. Each step I take toward her feels weighted with the gravity of this new beginning. I reach for her hand, and her fingers, slightly tremulous, intertwine with mine. "I still can't believe this is real," Harper says, her voice a soft whisper that barely disturbs the quiet of the room. Her eyes, those deep, dark pools of vulnerability, glisten with unshed tears. I cup her face, my thumb brushing lightly against her cheek. "It's real," I assure her, my voice steady despite the riot of emotion swirling inside me. Her lips part, and I can't resist the invitation. I lean in, our kiss slow and deliberate, a tender exploration that hardens my desire for her. As our lips move together, the world outside our small bubble fades to nothing. There's no past, no future, only this moment, only us. My hands trace the contours of her body, the silk of her dress cool beneath my fingertips. Harper's fingers find their way into my hair, pulling me closer, deepening our kiss. I break away only to pepper kisses along her jawline, down the slender column of her neck. She sighs, a contented sound that fans the flames of my desire. "Lucas," she breathes, the sound of my name on her lips sending a jolt of electricity straight to my core. "Let me love you, Harper," I growl. The need to claim her, to make her truly mine, overwhelming every other thought. In response, she pulls me back to her, her lips meeting mine in a kiss that's both a surrender and a claiming. My hands reach for the zipper of Harper's dress. I know I said I wanted to tear it from her body, but now I want to relish every bit of this moment. Her breath hitches as I slowly draw the zipper down, the fabric parting to reveal the smooth expanse of her back. The dress, a masterpiece of lace and silk, slips from her shoulders like water, pooling at her feet. I step back, my gaze raking over her with a mixture of awe and hunger. "Perfect," I breathe, the word thick with the weight of my desire. Harper turns to face me, her eyes dark with need. She pulls me toward her and kisses me just as hungry as I feel. Our tongues fight for dominance. Harper bites my lip. "Bed." She purrs against my lips, and I need no further encouragement. I scoop her into my arms, her laughter a melodic sound that warms the coolness of the room. The bed is soft beneath us as we collapse onto it, our bodies aligning with a perfection that feels intoxicating. Our limbs tangle as we explore each other, our hands mapping out new territories with a reverence that speaks of more than just physical attraction. Harper's fingertips trace the contours of my chest, her touch light but sure, igniting a trail of fire wherever she roams.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I collapse on top of her, our bodies slick with sweat and trembling from the force of our release. Our breaths mingle, our hearts beating in sync as we come down from the most intense high of our lives. After a moment, I roll off her, pulling her close so that her head is resting on my chest. I press a kiss to the top of her head, my hand stroking her back in soothing circles. "I love you, Harper," I murmur, the words feeling as natural as breathing. She tilts her head up to look at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I love you too, Lucas," she replies, her voice thick with emotion. "More than I ever thought possible." And as we lay there in the quiet aftermath of our lovemaking, I know that I finally found the one thing I never knew I was searching for. My equal, my partner, my everything. Harper is my heart, my soul, and I will spend the rest of my life proving to her just how much she means to me.
Chapter 36. Harper. The turquoise water laps at my feet as I walk hand in hand with Lucas along the pristine shoreline. The Maldives sun kisses my skin, warming me from the outside in. My sundress flutters against my legs with each step, and I can't help but steal glances at my husband. Lucas looks different here, relaxed and at peace. His usual sharp edges have softened under the tropical sun. He's traded his power suits for swim trunks and linen shirts that show off his athletic build. I particularly enjoy the view when we're swimming, watching the water trail down his chiseled chest. He catches me staring and raises an eyebrow. See something you like? Just admiring the scenery, I tease, squeezing his hand. He plays with my fingers as we walk, tracing patterns on my palm that send shivers up my arm despite the warmth. The breeze toys with my hair, carrying the scent of salt and exotic flowers. This place is magic, I say softly, my heart full as I take in the endless horizon where crystal water meets azure sky. Lucas pulls me closer, his thumb brushing over my wedding ring. Not as magical as you. The gentle waves provide a soothing rhythm to our steps as we continue down the beach. Lucas suggests we explore the narrow streets of the nearby town, and I nod, ready to discover more of this paradise with him. The narrow streets wind through the village like veins, each path leading to new discoveries. I breathe in the mix of spices as Lucas and I weave between colorful market stalls. My sandals thwap against the weathered cobblestones, and I can't help but marvel at how different this is from the steel and glass of New York. A glint catches my eye, and I pause at a stall displaying handmade jewelry. Among the pieces, a delicate bracelet of tiny seashells threaded on silk cord captures my attention. Each shell has been carefully selected and polished to a pearl-like sheen. It's beautiful, I murmur, running my finger along the shells. The elderly vendor smiles, her face creased with laugh lines. Each shell tells a story of the sea. Before I can step away, Lucas is already pulling out his wallet. We'll take it. You don't have to, I laugh, but he's already counting out bills, that determined set to his jaw, telling me arguing would be pointless. The vendor beams at us, carefully wrapping the delicate piece in tissue paper. I want to, he says simply, taking the bracelet from its wrapping. His fingers brush against my skin as he fastens it around my wrist, sending a shiver up my arm that I try desperately to ignore. It suits you. Plus, it's something to remind you of me, he says with a cocky wink that somehow manages to be both irritating and charming. I thought that's what smart comments were for, I tease back, admiring how the shells catch the sunlight. Each tiny piece seems to glow against my skin. Well, there's an endless supply of those. Have to leave you something nice, too. Lucas pulls me in close as we continue to stroll, with his arm wrapped around me, his warmth seeping through my clothes. The weight of his arm feels natural. The sun begins its descent, painting the sky in brilliant strokes of orange and pink. We follow the sound of laughter and music to the beach, where locals have gathered around a growing bonfire. The flames dance in the twilight, casting warm light on the faces of those around. An older man waves us over, gesturing to empty spots in the circle. Join us, he calls out in accented English. Lucas guides me with a hand on the small of my back, and we settle onto the sand. The heat from the fire mingles with the cooling evening breeze, and I lean into Lucas's side as the first beats of drums begin to fill the air. The drums pulse through my chest, each beat matching my heart as I lean against Lucas. The fire casts shadows across the sand, somehow matching the drums. A woman with silver-streaked hair reaches for my hand, her smile warm and inviting. Dance with us, she says, tugging me gently to my feet. I hesitate for a moment, but the music wraps around me like a physical thing. Why not? The steps are unfamiliar, but I follow the other women, my bare feet sinking into the cool sand. My sundress swirls around my legs as I attempt to mimic their fluid movements. The elderly woman corrects my stance with the gentle touches, and soon I'm swaying with more confidence. "You're a natural," she says, placing a crown of fragrant tropical flowers on my head. I laugh, the sound carrying over the drums. I don't know about that, but I'm having fun trying. My eyes find Lucas, still seated by the fire. He watches me with such intensity, it sends blood rushing to my face, momentarily embarrassed. Even after everything we've been through, that look still hits me like lightning. "Come on," I call out, extending my hand toward him. "Show me what you've got, Mr. Montgomery." He shakes his head, but I can see his resolve weakening. I don't dance. Neither do I, but here I am. I wiggle my fingers at him. "Unless you're scared." That does it. He stands, and the locals cheer as he joins the circle. His movements are stiff, almost robotic, but there's something endearing about watching him try. I step closer, wrapping my arms around his neck. His hands find my waist automatically, and we sway together, creating our own rhythm within the drumbeat. The moonlight catches his eyes, turning them to liquid silver. My chest tightens with emotion, and the words slip out naturally. "I love you." His arms tighten around me. "I love you more."
Chapter 37. Lucas. I stand at the edge of the grand ballroom, champagne glass in hand, mesmerized by Harper. The chandelier above catches the light, scattering crystals of brightness across her face as she moves through the crowd. Her emerald gown flows around her like liquid silk, and her smile, God, that smile could light up all of Manhattan. A year ago, stepping down from Montgomery Enterprises felt like jumping off a cliff. The weight of my grandfather's legacy and my father's expectations had crushed me for so long, I'd forgotten how to breathe. Now, watching her command the room at the Montgomery Skyline's Christmas Gala, I know it was the best decision I've ever made. Harper moves with such natural grace and authority, proving to everyone what I already knew, that she was born to lead this company. Seeing her here tonight, in her element, makes all those sleepless nights and board meeting battles worth every damn second. "Your wife's quite the force of nature," Walter says beside me. "She always has been." Pride swells in my chest as I watch her explain the building's innovative, sustainable features to a group of wide-eyed investors. I just needed to get out of her way. The Skyline project has exceeded everyone's expectations. Harper's vision transformed not just the building, but the entire company's approach to architecture. She's revolutionized everything from the materials we use to how we think about urban spaces. "Smart man," Walter chuckles, clapping my shoulder before moving away. I take another sip of champagne, savoring the moment. The Christmas decorations shimmer around us, but nothing shines brighter than Harper. She's in her element, gesturing animatedly as she describes the building's unique features, her eyes sparkling with passion. Our gazes meet across the room, and her smile shifts into something softer, more intimate. She excuses herself from her conversation, weaving through the crowd toward me. Observing Harper navigate the room in that figure-hugging dress sends a jolt of desire through me, tightening my lower abdomen. I discreetly adjust myself, but she catches me, and her smirk grows. Damn woman knows exactly what she does to me. Every guy in this room wishes they were in my shoes right now. Harper saunters toward me, her hips swaying with each deliberate step. That knowing smirk playing on her lips tells me I'm busted. The way her dress catches the light with each movement is pure torture. My hands itch to grab her and drag her somewhere private. "Caught you staring," she teases, sliding her arm around my waist. She sneaks her hand into my pocket and touches my growing hard-on. The sudden contact makes my muscles tense, and I have to bite back a groan. "That's what I thought," she says coyly before pulling her hand back. The warmth of her body against mine isn't helping. Her perfume and proximity are driving me crazy. Can you blame me? I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the familiar scent of her jasmine perfume. You're incredible, Harper. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with need. God, I want her. She leans into me, her fingers playing with the lapel of my jacket. I couldn't have done this without you. No. I shake my head, keeping my voice firm. This was all you. Your talent, your determination. My hand finds the small of her back, pulling her closer. I'm just lucky to be by your side. The crowd's excited chatter grows louder as someone announces the countdown to midnight. Harper grabs my hand, pulling me toward the balcony doors. The December air hits my face as we join the gathering outside. 10, 9, 8! Harper's emerald dress catches the moonlight, making her look ethereal. 7, 6, 5! She turns to face me, her dark eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. 4, 3, 2, 1. The first firework explodes overhead, painting her face in bursts of gold and silver. She looks radiant, and I can't take my eyes off her. Merry Christmas, she whispers, producing a small box from behind her back. The wrapping is pristine, with a perfect silver bow on top. I take it, my brow furrowing. What's this? I hadn't expected anything, especially not after the night's celebration of her promotion. Open it, she urges, practically bouncing on her toes. Her excitement is contagious, and I find myself grinning despite my confusion. I lift the lid and my mouth drops open. The fireworks continue to burst above us, but they're nothing compared to what I'm seeing. I stare into the small box, my heart stopping as I process what I'm seeing. A pregnancy test. Positive. The world narrows to this single moment, this tiny piece of plastic that's about to change everything. You're serious? My voice breaks, emotion thick in my throat. The fireworks continue overhead, but their explosions seem distant, muffled. Harper nods, those beautiful dark eyes of hers glistening in the moonlight. You're going to be a father. A laugh bursts from my chest, pure joy spilling out of me like champagne overflowing its glass. My hands find her waist, and I lift her off her feet, spinning her in a circle. Her dress swirls around us like a banner. I'm going to be a father. The words echo across the balcony, carrying over the cheers of the crowd below. The fireworks paint her face in bursts of gold and silver as I set her down, my hands trembling against her sides. The party guests burst into applause, their excitement adding to the chaos of the moment, but I barely register them. My entire world has narrowed to Harper's radiant smile, the way her hands grip my arms, anchoring me to this perfect moment. I frame her face with my hands, drawing her into a fierce kiss. Her lips are soft against mine, tasting of champagne and promises. When I pull back, my thumbs brush away the happy tears tracking down her cheeks. You're the best gift I've ever been given, I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. The words feel inadequate to express the overwhelming love surging through my chest, but Harper's brilliant smile tells me she understands.
Chapter 38. Harper. I nestle deeper into Lucas's lap, my emerald gown rustling softly against his tuxedo pants. His bow tie hangs loose around his neck, and I can't help but trace the exposed line of his throat with my fingertip. Through the windows of our penthouse, snowflakes dance against the backdrop of twinkling Christmas lights, creating a magical scene. The view never gets old, I murmur, watching the city lights shimmer through the gentle snowfall. Lucas's arms tighten around me, his warmth seeping through the silk of my dress. No, it doesn't. But he's not looking at the window. His eyes are on me, and I feel myself growing hot with need. I rest my head against his chest, letting the steady thump-thump of his heartbeat soothe me. His fingers trace lazy patterns along my spine, and I close my eyes, savoring the moment. I still can't believe it, he whispers, his voice rough with emotion. A smile tugs at my lips. Believe it, I say, pressing closer. You're going to be a dad. His hand slides up to cup my chin, tilting my face toward his. His eyes search mine, filled with an intensity that takes my breath away. And you're going to be the most incredible mother. I lean up, closing the distance between us. Our lips meet, soft and sweet at first, then deepening with a hunger that makes my toes curl. His hand tangles in my hair as he pulls me closer, and I melt into him, our connection stronger than ever before. Every touch, every breath feels charged with meaning, with love that spills over and fills every space between us. We've come so far from that first antagonistic meeting, and yet somehow this feels like it was always meant to be. The snowflakes outside our penthouse window create a mesmerizing ballet, but it's nothing compared to the fire Lucas ignites within me. His hands find my waist, pulling me closer until our breaths mingle, our lips just a whisper apart. I need you, he murmurs, his voice a low growl that makes me wet. I don't need any more convincing. My fingers work quickly, stripping away the barriers between us, our clothes discarded haphazardly on the plush carpet of the living room. The world outside ceases to exist as I sink to my knees before him, my hands tracing the contours of his muscular thighs. The sharp intake of his breath as I take him into my mouth sends a thrill through me. There's something incredibly intoxicating about having Lucas Montgomery at my mercy, about being the one to draw these sounds of pleasure from him. His fingers thread through my hair, not tugging, but guiding, a silent testament to his restraint. I'm in control, and yet there's a tenderness in his touch that makes my heart race. I relish every second, every husky moan that ripples from his chest, building the anticipation until I feel the muscles in his thighs tighten, signaling his impending release. It's a heady sensation, knowing I can unravel this powerful man with just my lips and tongue. Stop, he commands, his voice strained. He pulls me up, his face serious and lustful. I want to pleasure you first. I don't argue. Instead, I let him lead me to the sofa, where he lays me down with a tenderness that makes my heart flutter. His lips and hands explore my body with a reverence that borders on worship, each touch setting my skin ablaze. There's something about the way Lucas looks at me when he's about to take control that makes every inch of my skin ignite with anticipation. It's a blend of hunger and adoration that sends a shiver of delight down my spine. And right now, that look is promising a storm of pleasure. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We collapse onto the rug in a tangle of limbs, our chests heaving as we struggle to catch our breath. Lucas rolls onto his back, pulling me with him so that I'm draped across his chest. His heart pounds beneath my ear, a rhythm that matches my own. As we come down from our high, he lowers himself gently on me and showers me with slow kisses before sliding off. His arms wrap around me, pulling me to the floor with him and holding me close as our breathing slowly returns to normal. I love you, I whisper, my voice barely louder than a sigh. Lucas presses a tender kiss to the top of my head, his hold on me tightening. I love you more, always. In the silence that follows, I can't help but think that this is what true happiness feels like. It's not just the mind-blowing sex or the fact that we're madly in love. It's the knowledge that no matter what life throws at us, we'll face it together, and that we want to face it together. And as the snow continues to fall outside our window, blanketing the city in a soft white glow, I know that this is just the beginning of our forever.